So it's done, gone, that's it, right? There's no way to have retrieval. So what that initial message from RH is talking about is essentially, wouldn't it be interesting if a huge group of validators didn't collect the rewards and just sent them to the burn address, which you could do anywhere. That's just a function you could do. It's not a suggestion for anyone else to do. And then Gold Key is just being funny. And his joke is like, hey, it would be really bullish for the rest of us if you guys all just burn your pulse, because then it's out of the supply. So RH is describing a function like the Gamma is describing, where some people's validators, no expectations, could decide to basically give up their rewards, and then Gold Key's being funny. So those are unrelated, nothing for anyone to actually do.
I have a question on something different, if I may.
Go ahead.
So excuse me if it sounds dumb, but I have my mind racing. For bridging, let's say I buy HSI Hedron NFT. Would I be able to bridge that over to PulseChain to maybe end the stake on that end? Would that be a possibility, or that wouldn't work?
So you have to have a bridge that is set up to actually make that function, right? So the original bridge, there's a few different styles of bridges. The short answer is no, you can't do what you're asking. Because if you bridge something, you don't actually, can you mute your mic, bro?
I'm sorry, yeah.
No worries. So the way a bridge works, it doesn't actually move the NFT. So like if you imagine you had the NFT in your hand and it's on the ETH network, it doesn't actually move it over to the PulseChain network. What it does is it gives you a poker chip or a check. It's just a representation of that value on the other side. So you can't end the NFT or that wrap token because it's not the original token. So you would be able to, once there's a bridge that's able to move NFTs, you could move that NFT over to PulseChain, and then me, you, and Gamma, and everybody here, we could all sell that NFT around. So say it's like a 15-year HSI stake. You could move it to PulseChain, and then we could all sell it, move it around for low fees. But eventually, to actually cash it out, you'd have to move it back to Ethereum and then end stake there.
Got it. Thank you. That made sense. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Awesome. So we've got a lot of people here that are on stage. So if you can go ahead and just ask a quick question, everybody who's up here, and then the people who are YouTubers or developers or anything like that can be the panel of people that's answering the questions. And I think that'll be super valuable for the over 900 people that are listening right now out of excitement and intrigue, because it appears that PulseChain may be launching here soon, and everybody wants to know what their strategy is and what the latest is. So who's next with a quick question? Professor, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, so I was thinking earlier, can you please elaborate and explain more about the buy and burn mechanism that PulseChain adopts?
So the buy and burn is actually PulseX. So the way it works is whenever you actually make a swap, part of that swap fee, there's a swap fee in every DEX. So most people don't notice it. It's less than 1/3%. And some of that fee gets sent to another contract. So this is like in the contract, they call this a fee scrape. So essentially imagine that swap fee you pay, some of that goes to the people providing liquidity, and then a small portion goes to another contract. So just in your head, imagine that you're swapping 10 USDC for something. Essentially, again, I'm just using round numbers to make it easy. You get $9.50 worth of whatever token, and then there's 50 cents, right? 40 cents go to the people providing liquidity, and another 10 cents goes to the buy and burn contract. So now there's 10 cents worth of value there. And every swap that happens, some of that fee gets scraped off and keeps going to that address. So imagine that everybody does this, and then you end up with a contract that now has $8 in it, just for round numbers, okay? When someone goes and calls the buy and burn function, that $8 does exactly what it says, buy and burn. So it buys PLSX token off the market and then sends it to the burn address. So that helps the price of PulseX because you get buy pressure, right? So $8 buys, boop, boop, boop. Chart goes up a little bit, and then it takes those tokens and sends them to the burn address, which means that they can never be sold again. So what you have is a deflationary supply. So there's less supply for the same demand later on. And then you get the acute price action because there's a buy. So that buy and burn is positive in the two ways. It gets bought, price goes up a little bit, and then it gets burned, so it can never be sold.
Okay, I've got a question. It hasn't really been talked about, but the native token. So how is that going to come into play with PulseX? Why would we need a native token if there's going to be PulseX?
You're talking about incentive token, to clarify for everyone.
Sorry, yes, an incentive token. Sorry, it's late over here. It's like 2 in the morning.
Well, it's so that way the incentive, it's so that way people have a means of actually getting the token sold off as well. Because if you gave everyone the ability to just earn PLSX, like for example, Cake is a good example in this scenario. If all you did was farm and you just had Cake, then you would have to sell Cake in order to take profits. Well, how do you get people to hold on to the tokens for longer and still be able to earn profit? They need some sort of incentive token, so that way they can possibly earn some yield by providing liquidity and yield farming, and then also at the same time not sell down the PLSX in this scenario in order to take profits. That's the main benefit of that.
I mean, it seems to me that that could be like the white knight in the room. I mean, we're talking about a whole nother coin that, I mean, we don't even know what the price of that could be. I mean, that could be amazing to a lot of people.
Isn't it also true that eventually when you get one-sided PLS X staking, that you'll get an incentive token as well for taking your stuff off the market for a while?
No, that's a little different. That one you're going to be given we'll call it a reward token. And this scenario, it's called PRT from what we've seen in the past. It's the Pulse reward token. It is different. So the way that works is we're going to have the ability to vote with the PLSX. Oh, go ahead, Gamma.
Can I break in? Okay. So what you're talking about is our third-party tokens, like Liquid Loan has a loan token. There's a Fetch, which is an Oracle platform, Fetch token. They can provide, like hypothetically speaking, they could put 1 million Fetch tokens in the PulseX pool. You put PulseX into a single-sided liquidity pool, and you get the Fetch token out as like a reward, and that's your reward. The PRT was just a placeholder for testnet. So those are actually means, for third-party tokens. I mean, it could be like any platform, right? The KG, right? The IM token on PulseChain or whatever, they could be a thing.
Okay,
right?
so the incentive token is not going to be duct taped then, like it's like Uniswap or anything where you can't do anything with their freaking token.
No, the incentive token is just for providing liquidity, actual liquidity, providing incentive token, and that's separate from the single side liquidity pool or pools.
Oh, you're wrecking it, Gamma.
I'm right.
Yeah, I mean, he's saying exactly what he's saying. So the incentive token is simply for providing liquidity and yield farming. The third-party reward token is for single-sided staking your PLSX.
And if I recall correctly, there's not going to be a minimum number of days. It's just whatever you decide. And also that the third-party token might be voted upon by a DAO of holders of PLSX, if I'm remembering right.
That's correct.
Okay, so then the incentive token is there a number? Do we have a number for the circulating supply, or is it just something created for doing some work?
One ink second is the issuance. 1 ink a second. So derive whatever you want from that.
Shit, that sounds pretty damn valuable to me.
Yeah, so the idea on that inside T code is again, it's to help incentivize pairs that you want to see. So you add that reward to pools that you want to see added liquidity. right? And then you can remove that incentive to try to thin it back out. So you apply it to all the main pairs in the system because you want to make sure that people are providing liquidity in those main pairs, PLSX, probably PLSX hex, all these types of things. And then you can remove that if you ever need to thin it out. So it's designed to help the people that are providing liquidity. And then it will also, I can't remember if they did it on V4 or not, but likely there'll also be extra incentive on pairs that include INC, such as PLS, INC, plus INC, and that's a way to help buoy that value as well. So part of the value proposition of the INC token is that if you provide liquidity with it, that you can actually even yield even more of it. So there's a few kind of small gameplays there, but again, it's just meant to keep the ecosystem happy on liquidity.
Well, what I think it just seems amazing, because if you think about it, that should mean that the tokens never leave your wallet, for one. So it's single-sided staking. You're not trusting a third party. You're getting, because of the way PulseX is designed, it's becoming more valuable every day as it's bought and burnt. And then on top of that, you're being given a yield that you can decide when to go in and go out of. And you never harm this thing that's getting more valuable every day. It almost becomes like, why would anybody ever sell a PulseX ever? It's a golden cash cow.
So there's a little bit of a difference there. The INC only comes when you're providing liquidity. So that's not single-sided staking. Those are two different things. So how this would work is I want to provide liquidity for PLS, PLSX, right? That pair has an incentive on it. Okay, so I go put in 1 million and 3 million, because usually it ends up at that 1-to-3 ratio. I go provide liquidity. Everything else is irrelevant. I'm just providing liquidity. You get back an LP token, okay? That's the representation of liquidity you put in. Now you go and look, and there's an INC farm. Okay, that's where that incentive comes from. So since I'm providing liquidity, I can take that LP token I got and put it in the farm, and that's how I get the INC token. So those tokens had to leave your wallet. They're in a pool. You have impermanent loss. You're collecting swap fees. Like, again, you're providing liquidity there. This single-sided staking is completely separate. It's an entirely different function. Single-sided staking is where you take PLSX and then you can actually stake it into any of these sponsored pools. And again, a third party has to put up that incentive. So XYZ token wants to get distribution. Again, as you said, the DAO votes on it. They're going to put up a bunch of walrus tokens, right? So you take PLSX, it's not provided liquidity. There's no impermanent loss. There's no risk to that. You stake them in the walrus token pool, and then you're going to get paid out walrus tokens. And then what you do with them is up to you. And then eventually, however many tokens that that protocol, that entity puts up, when those run out, that pool ends, and you can do whatever you want with your tokens at that point. But there's no locking mechanic, and there's no other than, again, a very, very, very minimal amount of essentially just smart contract risk. There's no risk involved with single-sided staking.
Well, how, if you're giving it into a third party, the contract
go ahead
is...
and sorry, just a second. So Walrus, perfect. You're co-host now. I can bring Gary up, and I want this natural conversation to keep going because everybody's doing a super awesome job of contributing and asking questions and being leaders in the community here. So thanks to all of you who are on stage. Gary was the person who started the space, and then he's traveling. So I want to give him props for being the predecessor of this room.
Okay, well, but I'll just this will be it, and I'll get off here. So basically, if I understand correctly, the smart contract, if you trust the smart contract, then there's really no way for the liquidity pool that you're going into to rug you, because the smart contract is designed to stop that.
Okay, they're two separate things. Single-sided staking is not a liquidity pool. They're two different things. A liquidity pool is the pairs that you see when you're making swaps.
Okay.
If you go into a liquidity pool, you put both of those sides of the token up. So if you're going and swapping USDC for Hex, there's people who have USDC and Hex in that pair. That's
right.
What those liquidity pools are, right? Okay. Right. So you can't be rugged, but there's movements that go on there that go along with liquidity. That's its own
impermanent
function.
loss. Impermanent
Correct.
loss. Okay.
So the single-sided staking is different. The single-sided staking works as, hey, I'm Walrus. I'm willing to pay people to just stake their PLSX. And essentially, The reason they would do that is it works like an airdrop. I just want my token out there. I want people to come participate, right? But if I airdrop, people may not see it, they may not know what it is. But if I put up the walrus pool on PLSX, then people get to see it. They can read the DAO. They realize it's a token. Maybe they keep it, maybe they don't. But they're not providing liquidity. All they're doing is staking their PLSX.
Okay. And am I staking it with the third-party token provider where they have custody of it?
Nope. It's just locked in the PLSX contract. So you do not have exposure to the third party.
Oh, great. Yeah. Okay. And I can leave anytime I want.
Correct.
That's awesome. That's just insanely awesome.
If you want an example of this, you can go to PancakeSwap and you can look at the pools, and you can actually go through and see where there's all these projects and some of the APYs. So PancakeSwap is a very, very similar mechanics. And then also Spooky, as in like a ghost, Spooky Swap. You can look at both those protocols, and people can look at the pools, they can look at the yield farms, and they can even look at some of the DAO proposals and kind of see what they look like firsthand. So you're not just trying to envision all of it.
Yeah, I remember a while back I went over to Phantom and looked on Spooky Swap, and it was incredibly complex because you had to do these things, and there were these epochs, and then you had to dig it up and put it somewhere else. This sounds much simpler.
So that stuff is essentially on the third-party protocol. Without having to know, all you'll have to do is go to the tab, look through the pools. Essentially, unless you know anything about the project, you just want to look and see which APY is high. So you would look and see the Maddie token is giving me 15%. The Walrus token is giving me 7%. Okay, well, I don't want the Walrus token. I want the APY. I'm just going to click the pool, send my PLSX tokens to the Maddie token, and collect the yield.
Yeah.
There's no Maddie token. Let's not use that as an example.
Sorry, there's no Walrus token either.
Come on, we all want to dump you.
Great explanation.
I was about to ape
explanation.
in the Maddie token.
Yeah, thank you very much for the explanation. I do appreciate it.
I forget that there's meme tokens now in everybody's name, so these might be real things. I'll definitely start using different examples.
Yeah, cool.
But I think the risk is in those meme coins though, in the yield farming, because you give an example of a stable coin. Well, that it's not moving around, but a meme coin could dump on you, and if you put up the money to do the yield farm and you've mentioned 15%, but if the coin dumps 30%, you've lost. Yes.
Only if you're providing liquidity. In single-sided staking, you didn't cost anything. All you had to do was allocate your PulseX. So they're not at risk. You don't lose anything. So whatever value you pull out of the tokens, you can just sell them. So if you sit here collecting the tokens, even if they go down in value, you're just going to sell them. They didn't cost you anything to acquire. So if they went down in value, you would just end up yielding less, but it doesn't cost you anything again because you're not providing liquidity.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
Also, I want to throw in here real quick. If you do have a question or something you want to say, please raise your hand so we can rotate through the speakers. We got a lot of people requesting. And if you have another question after you've been dropped down, just request again and we'll get you back up.
So let's go to Gary, since he started this space that caused this space to get started. And then we can go in order of people with their hands up, and we'll keep our YouTuber panel here of people who can answer questions as well. Thanks for being here, everybody. And share this space out if you can. Follow everybody who's up here as a speaker when they say something that you think inspires you to follow them. And let's get the word out.
Hey guys, so I'm back for a bit. I'll listen more passively after asking a couple of questions. One is there's that statement that comes up, there's no risk, that it's single-sided staking, there's no risk. I would say that that's in general true, and there may not be contract risk because like Walrus was explaining, you're not putting it in the hands of third party that could effectively rug pull. So if you're a liquidity provider for a token, then potentially that token founder or team or product could either fail or be malicious in some way, right? So it's on your responsibility to investigate the product, the founder, the code. If you expect audits to be done, then compel the team to do so, things like that, right? So that's your risk in being an LP, between both the thing you have that you care about and the thing that you're pairing it with, right? So your PLS or your PLSX or your HEX or your USDC paired with something, right? Because there's those risks. When it goes to the contract of a single side stake, such as PLSX, the questions to ask, I would ask as an investor, is the same. Basically, what is this product about? Two things that might be also on the checklist for the individual to consider, that I would consider, but others might, not consider necessary, is this token already available? And if it is already available, keep in mind that it has a market price. If it has a market price, you're single side staked your PLSX and you're effectively earning, you have an income that could be market sold. So keep in mind, if you are trying to be tax compliant, if that is something on your radar, then you're generating income all along that time. There might be more accounting for you necessarily. And then you're probably in a better position for most people to sell that token because you have a taxable event. So keep those in mind. Please consult CPAs if you're going to be in this type of game for a long. So if someone listens to this in the future on this stream and they consider that they want to get advertising about their future to launch product, it probably is better to be zero value at the time that the people that are single side staking are effectively advocating. I don't know who selects who goes into a pool, a farm. I don't know how the DAO would work. I don't know that there's actually going to be some kind of vote mechanism that is on chain. I don't know any of those things. So these are general statements. And if it is zero value, meaning it can't be bought from the market, it's just basically preparing the market to advertise the product. There is some risk. The risk is, do you have doxed? Are you branded? Are you, because everyone won't be doxed, but certainly if the OA basically participates in Hedron, then there's some value there. If Rackham has an address that's known and you see that particular address participating to collect airdrop tokens, then there's going to be some brand affiliation, right? So it depends, is kind of my statement. It isn't that there isn't risk in the contract. I'm not really concerned about the contract, but we are a very strong community. One, because there's a lot of advocation, cross-pollination, cross-checking to make sure that code is correct and things like that. Volunteerism, pulse police, other people looking at code and scrutiny, right? So keep it in mind, if you are going to be in PLSX as a single side staker, if it becomes available, consider your brand, especially if you're doxed. And if you're not doxed, consider the benefit or the peril of advertising things that you don't care about. Like you don't care, just want to collect the token and sell it on the market. Just realize that these things still have echo in economics.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you. And I think Taco has had their hand up for like a super long time. So let's hear what your question is. And then
GM, Maddie. No, I wanted to just stop by, say hi for a minute. I, like a few others, was, and shout out to Walrus and KG and everyone else down in the Gary. I see you down there. I was maybe I might go make a token called like or something. But no, I think I wanted to. I had heard some of the same stuff. Everyone so far has been on point. %. So I really.
I can't tell if mine is cutting out or if somebody's speaking.
Oh, yeah. I didn't want to say
Yeah,
anything.
I was doing the
either.
exact
Okay.
same thing.
Same
No,
here.
he's out.
Couldn't hear him at
He's
all.
out.
Usually it's me.
All right, let's go to Babe. You've had your hand up.
I just wanted to swing in and say thank you to everyone that's currently working on projects. This goes beyond what you all realize, and you all that are making the system safer and more secure. I have much respect. I love each and every one of you. You have no idea. So you're pioneers, you're heroes, and I hope that everybody gets involved with the different projects and cross-pollinates the different communities, because it's going to go down in history as literally y'all will figure out what you're doing. But thank you, and I appreciate, by the way, the Phantom Wallet and the Learn as you go stuff. So thank you.
Well, I appreciate your positive attitude, and certainly we can all echo the excitement and the gratitude that we have for everybody in this community. Let's go to KDP.
Hey guys, I heard somebody talk about the incentive token and say that is it a ducked-on token? So it's not. You can provide more utility for the incentive token, but it is exactly what it says. It's an incentive. So when you have liquidity pool providers, they encounter a thing called impermanent loss. So the impermanent loss is semi-outweighed by the fees that a liquidity pool provider make. But by making an additional token, which is the incentive token, it allows for liquidity pool providers to obtain more value for doing their service. So the thing with DEXs and why they're so unique compared to a centralized exchange is it's not one entity that owns all of that liquidity. This is market participants. So when you go to Uniswap and you trade in between HEX, that's a market participant allowing you to make that trade through their value and their tokens. So you want to incentivize those people to put up liquidity, and you want to incentivize people to participate in DEXs the same way you want to incentivize people to participate in being a validator and securing the network. So yes, it is a ducked-on token, but yes, more value props and more additional utility can be added to that incentive token. The fact of the matter is, how do you, in the short period of time, incentivize people to provide liquidity and move over? And that is through the incentive token. So the emission rate is 1 ink per second, but it's also through weighted pools. So an entity or a DAO decide what weight of the incentive token goes towards what pools. So it's not even across the board. So certain different pools are incentivized, but they're also incentivized at a certain weight of that token's emission rate. So as for the DAO, I heard that be brought up a few times as well. We've seen the DAO on V2B, but we haven't seen it on V3 or V4. So I think when it comes to the DAO, yes, there is working code, but there is aspects of it that we shouldn't necessarily be relaying to everybody, saying there's going to be a DAO where PulseX holders get to vote, because V3 and V4 were the fork of ETH 2.0, not the fork of Binance. So the fork of Binance had a working DAO on it, but we haven't seen that DAO on V3 or V4. So there's no guarantee that that DAO will be on PulseChain. That is something that we have to wait to hear from Richard and what's happening to it. But just to be aware, I would be extremely careful telling everybody that PulseX holders will be able to vote, because again, we haven't seen that working DAO on these current testnets, even though the features exist.
Can you follow up real quick about this multiplier that I see in the calculators, where some things get a 40x as far as an incentive token? Can you comment on multipliers?
So it's more like a percentage, I guess, is a better way to look at it. So if you have 100% emission rates of a certain token, a certain percentage goes towards selected. So an entity or a DAO, we don't know yet, choose what pools are being incentivized, and then the percentage of the emission rate goes to those pools. So it's not like even across board. So 100% of the incentive token emission rates goes across 100 pools. It's not like that. So it's like a weighted or an average or a percentage of the emission rates go towards the selected pools as well. So it's multiple different selected pools with a certain set percentage of those pools. So you can see that in the code as well, where they not only choose the LP address, but they choose the amount for that address.
Thanks for the clarity there. And I think that you're one of the people who studied all of this game theory probably the most out of anybody in the community. There's probably a handful of people and you'd be in that group. So thanks for all that you've done to contribute and to understand what the best game theory is here for PulseChain. Now, Marco the Hexakin, hey, welcome.
Yo, can you hear me, Maddie?
Yeah, it's so good to hear you. And you and I used to do a show together.
That's
for
right,
quite a
man.
number of weeks, and I really appreciate you, man. How have you been, and what's up?
I'm good. I'm just upset with you, man, because how you gonna put me after Katie? She sounds extremely smart, and I have nothing great to say after her, man. Come on, man. Can't do that to me, bro.
Oh, come on. I'm sure you can come up with
Come
something.
on, man. Nah, listen, guys. All jokes aside, Maddie. All love, man. I appreciate everything you do. Your app, everything you're just doing is phenomenal, man. KG, Warris, genius. Katie, oh my God, you're just like you're brainiac. Gary, you're everywhere, bro. Everybody in the panel, future speakers, past speakers, everybody. I appreciate you guys. I really don't have any question. I just want to say, man, guys, it's been a freaking journey these past couple of years. Just last year alone has been chaotic, but we still stuck by each other. We still pushed each other. We still grinded. We still build. We still here. We're going to continue to be here. Richard's working his ass off. The devs are working their ass off. You have people in the community that's just been quiet, working their ass off. All I'm going to say is, guys, it's almost time. Prepare yourself. Be smart. Stick to your plan. People are going to be just telling you what to do left and right. Stick to your plan. No matter what, enjoy this, journey. This is history. Like, it's insane to say that we're part of this, right? And not a part of this as just a buyer. We're part of this because we blood, sweat, and tears seen this from code to code to code be built. Even when it was just a conversation, we was enthusiastic about it. We was grinding. We was happy. We was streaming nonstop, right? And just to see the space where like so many people's on this space again, it's beautiful feeling, man. I miss this. I miss the community coming together and shilling knowledge, enthusiasm, passion, everything around, man. It's a beautiful thing, man. And just like I said, man, guys, thank you for letting me be part of this. Thank you for this journey. I really, really hope 16, 17, 20 years later, we could be old as fuck, laughing, giggling on these type of spaces. Maybe it'll be some re-art shit. And we get to say we were here. We did this together, right? But much love to you guys. Anybody else that wants to speak, go ahead. Guys, once again, love y'all. And let's rock and roll, man. Let's do this, man. Let's get ready.
Yeah, I have a question if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you. Marco, bringing a lot of positive energy. And I know that's why we have over 1,100 people here right now. It's because they're excited too. So thanks for bringing that. And we'll keep the questions coming.
Yes, guys. And if you have a question, hit that heart with the plus and raise your hand so we can go in order because people have their hand up, they're waiting, and someone's mic is like ringing. Unless that's just me.
No, someone's mic's definitely ringing. I don't know whose it is.
RH just put out another tweet as well. I pinned it at the top real quick before we grab another question, just so everybody can see it.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
that was a phenomenal tweet.
Nahima White, if you can turn off your mic.
Yes, please raise your hand if you have a question. If not, we need to cycle people because we have more people raising their hands with questions. Everybody.
And if my mic still sounds okay, otherwise somebody interrupt me. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to read for the people who are just listening. People might be driving or working their day job, whatever it is. I'm going to read out what Richard Hart tweeted just 1 minute ago. It says, PulseChain.com and PulseX.com news. Everything is looking really, really good. What was once measured in years, then months, then weeks, is now measured in days. What do you guys think that means?
2 more days.
We launching, boy.
Yeah, awesome. And we had a Gamma DevOps up here before who was explaining some of the answers to our questions about Is it a fork? Is it a snapshot? Is there a gap between the trading activity on Ethereum and when PulseChain goes live? And it did seem that he was indicating from a purely theoretical and technical point of view that there would be a period there where if you do something on Ethereum, it's not going to copy over to PulseChain anymore. And so that's really important for people to remember. So hey, we've got more hands up, and I really appreciate how everybody is respecting each other and taking turns asking questions and answering. So let's keep going here. KG, do you want to say who's next?
Yes, sir. I believe we had Crypto Artie, then it was Ag O'Brien, then Bloodmore, then Vinny.
Hey everyone. Want to wish everyone a congratulations. Exciting, phenomenal day. It's been 2 years. I really don't have questions. I just love Hexaco, love everyone in here. And just wishing everyone the best. And a big congrats to all of you and wishing you all the best.
Awesome. Yeah, I love how people are coming up here. They're asking questions and they're also giving their thanks and celebration of this moment in the community and in crypto history. So thanks. Thanks for sharing that, Crypto Artie.
Hey, how's everybody out there? Man, I just wanted to give a shout out to everybody. I mean, it's been a long time. And my first interest, I remember the sacrifice for PulseX. That's how I got in, and I gradually started gravitating more and more to the Hex community. And it's thanks to a lot of these content providers out here. So I want to give a shout out to some of the content providers out here, especially Warris, Corey Costa. Man, thanks for the content. K4K, man, watching your videos really brought information and brought me into the community. C-Wall or C-Wood, man, I appreciate everything that you do. One more thing, Katie, thanks for the encouragement for everybody helping us to be patient and just being encouraging, being that positive force on Twitter. Stay beautiful. Maddie, one more thing I gotta ask you. When we go live, I gotta hear it. And we're live. And I'm gonna end it there.
That's right. Yeah. That'll be a thing.
All right, go ahead. Great words. Really appreciate the encouragement and the bullishness. But just make sure if you hop up, please raise your hand because we have people who have been waiting. But awesome words. Thank you. A goal. Brian, you're next.
Hi, Matali and entire crypto fraternity. We are so happy, especially Palstian from Kenya, that is. Well, on a quick note, some of the questions that a small community from Kenya have been raising, with Hex, there was a security audit in Hex. And the same thing we've not seen in PulseChain so far. And another question, RH said that PLS will be censorship resistance. And why the admin keys? Thank you.
So there won't be an audit to answer the question because it's forking the Ethereum code. And the Ethereum code has worked so flawlessly for many years now. So there won't be an audit for PulseChain, and Uniswap was the same thing too. There was already an audit there. So in this scenario, you won't see the audit, which is a good thing because we're forking over things that already work. We're not trying to build new products like Hex was, which is why Hex needed the 3 audits in the first place to prove that it is what it is and it will function as it functions. And then I already forgot the second question. My apology, but if someone wants to get on that one, that'd be awesome.
I didn't hear the second question. Tell everyone in Kenya we said Jambo though, brother. It's good to see y'all out here.
Yes, Jambo. Let me repeat the second question. we are so excited. We are seeing RH tweets and everyone is going crazy in the forum. Well, my second question was, RH said that PLS will be censorship resistance. So my question is, why the admin keys? Thank you.
I can answer that one. So there's two different types of admin keys in blockchain technology, and there's a really bad admin key which allows you to make system state changes to the contract logic. So the contract logic that defines the instructions for that contract to execute. So for instance, if this was to me $500, you would send it to the burn. Well, unit amount 500, you would send it to the burn address. So contracts execute logic that's written inside of it, and there is admin keys that allow for a founder or the person with access to that contract to change that state logic, which is the worst kind of admin key that you can find in crypto. Like that is the bad one that Richard says admin keys are terrible. But then there is admin keys that allow you to add parameters around the system state logic of the contract itself. So a parameter would be, for instance, if you're looking at Aave, an admin key would to be allow for a whitelisting contract address to allow another token on the platform, not allowing for contract state changes to be made, but allowing for additional token to be added onto the platform. So there is a parameter admin key, and then there is system state change admin keys. So when you're looking at PulseX, for instance, there is admin keys in PulseX, but they are to allow additional parameters to be set around it. Ink token has admin keys, but it is a parameter admin key that allows them to change the pools that the ink token are being distributed to and the weight that those initiates are going towards that pool. PulseChain has admin keys because, so when you look at Ethereum, the easiest way to think about it is EIPs are Ethereum improvement proposals. So it's not saying that they're going to be changing the clients. It's not saying, well, the consensus level itself, okay? But it's allowing for them to implement EIPs on PulseChain and on Ethereum that allow for additional changes to be met. So again, that is a form of a parameter key or a proposal key. So yes, blockchains have admin keys, but that doesn't mean that they can take down PulseChain, so to speak. PulseX has admin keys, but it doesn't allow you to make system state changes to the contract that's underlying it. And when you're talking about auditing, so when they made slot changes to the 4 clients of PulseChain, they worked closely with the teams themselves. So the Prism team, they work side by side with them to make those changes to the client itself. So security-wise, yes, it is fundamentally a solid foundation itself. And admin keys, it's not the bad admin keys. So like when you're talking about an ERC20 token, which is just a token, one singular smart contract on the blockchain, it shouldn't have an admin key. Like you should not need any reason to make the system state change to it. There should be no need to have to use an admin key to put a proxy contract in front of it. Because you see with proxy contracts, that allows people to take ownership of the proxy contract address, and now that contract's been exploited again. So there is multiple different types of admin keys in crypto, and it's good to define the difference between the two, especially with PulseChain. You're looking at a whole entire system state copy, and you're looking at a bunch of projects being deployed on it. Okay, like it's the same narrative goes with oracles. Some oracles are bad, you know, some oracles that don't use time-weighted averages. They're just pulling the current price feed data. That allows for people to get liquidated because there's a thing in crypto called scam wicks. So you'll see in the price chart, when you're looking at charts, you'll see a massive wick down. So if an oracle isn't using time-weighted averages, so like an average of a 20-minute interval, then people are getting liquidated because that oracle is a bad oracle. So oracle and admin keys, everything to do with DeFi. Now that this community is pivoting to a blockchain, not just simple ERC20 smart contracts, it's good to start defining the difference between those things. So, yeah.
All right. Next up, we got Bloodmore, and then Vinny, and then Corey, and then Babe Wycliffe.
Sounds good. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Stupendous. All right. So my question was just in regards to being a validator. I know that it takes 32 million pulse in order to do that. But with that being said, what is an appropriate percentage, let's say, of your total bag in which you would want to be a validator? Obviously, if you only had 32 million, probably wouldn't be a good idea, right? So I don't know what people's plans were in regards to like coming up with an appropriate percentage of your bag and then allocating that to be a validator.
Yeah, that comes down to personal preference. In all reality, if you got 32 million and you just want a safer method of earning some yield, then providing a valid or becoming a validator would probably be the best bet for you. So that's just personal preference, though. At the end of the day, there is no certain amount that you have to become a validator. You could have 320 million and run 10 validators, and that could be your whole thing. So having 32 million and becoming a validator is again personal preference, but there is no certain number. That's just a personal preference at the end of the day.
Well, yeah, I know that it's personal preference. I was just wondering what other people's preferences were.
I think your friend Sami was saying something about if you had $10,000 or more worth of PLS sacrifice, that might be when it starts making sense, but not less than that.
Perfect. Thanks for that, man.
Part of that calculus would also just depend on the hardware itself. So like if you already have like hardware running, that kind of changes it, versus if you barely have enough PLS to scrape through, then you kind of get into like, okay, do I want to, if you're just looking for a dollar cost or like a dollar yield, then it changes, right? So it's like, okay, do I want to spend X amount to get things set up right off the bat, or would I be better off with PulseChain and then running hard on the road? Do you already know how to do these things? So there's a bit of a kind of a cost benefit just depending on what you have going on right now. So if you're like, hey, I've got 32, 34, 30, something relatively close to that minimum, chances are that the cost to go in and get hardware and get started would be pretty taxing. So to me, that's part of it. But if you're doing anything around hardware running validators, any of that stuff, then it's a little different calculus. So I think if you're just saying, hey, I want yield, when should I start validating? It would be much higher amounts than sort of the minimum. But again, it depends on, how much do you want to participate in the rest of the ecosystem as well. So if you're just looking at dollars early on, you're probably just better off allocating in the coins if you kind of have to ask, right? And that's all of us, right?
Gotcha. And I would imagine David Fetter probably has the specs for the hardware that you would need to do this, right?
Yeah, Feder opened up a location where he's doing some retail stuff. I haven't looked at it specifically. I've just seen some of the people like Toby and big people in the space talk about it. But if you're interested in getting that stuff figured out, RH Max, Gamma DevOps, and Federer are always putting out killer content on all those things. I would just follow all those guys, treat all of it as gospel, read through it, and then start processing on your own when you want to tackle it.
Validatorstore.com. Validatorstore.com is David Feeder's site.
Roger that. Thanks, fellas and gals.
Thank you.
All right, Vinny, go ahead. Then Corey.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? How you doing? So real quick, I'm feeling kind of dumb about doing this in the first place, so take it easy on me. I sacrificed my majority of my sacrifice from my Coinbase before I knew I was supposed to do from my personal wallet. Is there any kind of chance of recovering that, or is that pretty much gone?
I got this one. So Coinbase has a newish program out where they retrieve tokens that you weren't supposed to send to them.
Really?
So that will probably not be up and running right away. And we've yet to see whether Brian Armstrong is going to be a dick or not when it comes to PulseChain. Part of the reason why he may not have listed Hex so far is because the SEC is all the way up his ass, but it might also be because he just has he has a different understanding of what crypto should be, and he thinks it should be more centralized. So there's a lot going on there, but the good news is I've already heard of people, and they, of course, charge a brutal middleman fee. I think it's about 5%. One of the longevity foundations that I worked with had to retrieve their coins, basically, that were not supported by Coinbase. And so there may be some hope there that someday that you'll be able to retrieve those, even if they're not supported on Coinbase right away.
Okay, cool. Perfect.
Vinny, that happened to me. And can you guys hear me? I know the sound is probably shit, but Vinny,
Yeah, we can hear you.
The Vinny, that happened to me, and they retrieved the cryptocurrency for me. It happened to me about 6 months ago or so, something like that. And they retrieved the money to me from Coinbase. So not all hope is lost. It's happened to me personally.
Do you have any advice as to how I should go about doing that, or should I just wait, or what?
I would definitely contact Coinbase support. That's exactly what I did. What they're going to do is they're going to ask you for your ID. They're going to ask you when you check the transaction. They're going to ask you for a transaction hash. They're going to ask you probably what was the mistake made, and they're going to ask you to probably clarify some other information. But I got mine back in 6 days. Now I don't know how much sacrifice it's on my business, but it wasn't a lot of money at all for me at all. It was barely, I don't even remember what it was. It was not much, but they were able to retrieve it in 7 days.
Right on. Yeah. No, it was only that $1,000. But I mean, that's kind of a lot for me. But what was I about to? Oh yeah. As far as finding it on the actual the sacrifice log, can I take my wallet address from Coinbase and find that? Is it on the sacrifice log somewhere?
Do you still have that wallet address specifically?
Well, I still use the same one.
Did you sacrifice Ethereum, BSC, USDC? Would you sacrifice?
I believe it was Ethereum or it was UST.
Have you changed your crypto addresses on Coinbase since then? Because you can change crypto address. Okay. So what I would do is I would find that address. I'd go to Etherscan and I'd look at the transaction from there because it shows internal transfers, token transfers.
Yeah, but it's probably, Corey, it's probably coming from one of their main output wallets. And they'll have to figure it out internally at the end of the day.
But that would still help if it shows that he knows the internal wallet.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's not
you'll have to wait and go through their claim process. And,
Right on.
Yeah.
So
I'll also put the sacrifice checker in the comments.
Yeah.
So if you want to check to see if it does show up there, you'll be able to put your wallet address there, and it'll let you know if you have any balance for any of the sacrifice.
Right. Well, I still have another smaller allocation, but that was my main one. So, all right, perfect, man. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you guys very much.
Yeah, I know how that feels, buddy. Reach out to me. I'll follow you now.
One thing I wanted to add real quick to the Coinbase question. I've talked with Coinbase a couple times for people. Right now, they're able to do that if you're sending to tokens to chains that they support. But if it's not a chain that they support yet, it is sitting there until they activate that chain. I have people that when Hopper went live on Coinbase, people were sending Gnosis Hopper because that's what Hopper is on, but Coinbase doesn't support Gnosis chain. And so those tokens are sitting in their wallet, EVM wallet, that 0x address. But because it's on Gnosis chain, Coinbase cannot do anything about it until it is a chain that they support.
Wow. Okay.
Hey, everybody.
We also just added another tweet.
Yep, that's
from
exactly
Richard
what I was
Hart.
going to say.
Cool, man. Thank you, guys.
Another tweet from Richard Hart saying the PulseX.com and PulseChain.com mainnet are estimated to launch publicly in less than 7 days, boys and girls. Strap in.
Woo!
Oh, shit. Let's go.
Wow.
Nice.
I'll put that in the comments, too.
On that topic,
thank you, guys.
On that topic, I just wanted to say that you guys probably know that I know a lot of people in this space, and I have a gigantic name who's agreed to come on my channel shortly after mainnet launches. And that could be a week, it could be a day, it could be 2 weeks, it could be 3 weeks. I don't know. But he's someone I'm very close with. I'm sure you guys can presume who that is. And
Jim Cramer?
No, fuck no.
Good boy.
Walrus?
Congratulations. Congratulations, Corey.
Hey, Matty, can I ask
Can I ask a question real quick? I gotta go here, and sorry to cut everybody off. I had a question for Walrus. So I heard you talk. I got in late. I heard you talking about just having, have just like 32 million pulse. I kind of wanted to hear you just go over the downside of being a validator if you don't have a big bag, because I don't have a bag of pulse yet. I'm trying to get one, and I was interested in being a validator, but I'd like to hear your downsides to doing it if you don't have like a large bag. I think I missed what you were saying, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I can keep it quick. It'll take some time to like research and parse through. Essentially, what it comes down to, being a validator is awesome. It's rewarding if people like doing it. If you're into the hardware side, obviously it helps support the network. So there's all the positives there. But if it's hey, I've got X dollars, I want to make the most return, probably validating, especially early on when you're going to get so much appreciation on the coin, that's where it doesn't really make sense. So the downside is just you're going to have to allocate to that hardware versus actually just putting it in the coins. So from there, you'll get the yield. So it's something you can do down the road. You can kind of mix it up from there. But just it's one of those, if you want to be a validator, awesome. It's fantastic. The whole chain will appreciate you, do all that cool stuff. But if you're like dollars in, dollars out, you should probably just start with the tokens.
But if you're long term, I mean, you still get the price appreciation. It's just locked up until you know what I'm saying? Like, you still get the appreciation of the price, right? I mean,
correct. But you'll have $2,000 that's in hardware that's not going up in value versus $2,000 in PLS that would be going up in value.
Got you. Cool. Okay. Appreciate you, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, another downside on that, just talking. So there is stuff, because I'm getting into it right now too. So you have stuff like slashing, which I didn't know about. And then you have like downside risk. If your internet goes out, they start penalizing your bag. If you don't know what you're doing with Ubuntu and code, then it does get tricky when your validator stops validating, and you start seeing a bunch of penalties hitting your wallet. But it once you get that fixed, I got mine fixed. It is super. I think it's worth it, to be honest, even if you only have 32 million, just because 5 years down the road, it keeps you long term. First of all, it helps the chain 5 years down the road or whatever, even if it's at 5%, 10%, you're going to be looking at a pretty nice passive income.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, even to start, I mean, seems like a pretty good idea. So yeah, I appreciate you guys answering though. Hopefully I can get my hands on the polls.
Yeah, I'm glad that people are able to talk about the upside and the downside of being a validator, because it's not going to be for everybody. But I think that more and more people will get a better sense as time goes on, whether it's right for them. And I want to just interrupt the format here just briefly, and then we'll go back to the Q&A. But I want to go through, we've got like 6 prominent YouTubers here at the top of my screen. And I was thinking maybe we could just do a rapid round, and we could go through and just quickly, everybody could say, what's one thing that you want people to know with Mainnet on the horizon? What's one thing that you want people to, that you think people should know? So KG, why don't you start out, and then we'll go to Walrus and KDP and go on down the line.
Sure. Great idea, Maddie. My one big warning and word of caution, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Take your time, slow down, breathe, don't FOMO, and get wrecked beyond belief. Because once you lose that crypto, you're not getting it back. So if you have any questions or concerns, reach out to people on this panel in this space. Reach out to people you trust. Wait to get information from official sources. And like Walrus said earlier, even if you see one of us reaching out to you, it could very well be a scammer who has an imposter profile. So just take it slow, do your research, and remember, you're still very early. Even if you miss the absolute bottom, the analogy I love to use is, even though Ethereum launched in the 30s or hit 30 cents around the beginning, even if you bought it at $3, would you be beating yourself up right now? The answer is most likely no. So take your time, slow down, don't FOMO.
Awesome, thanks. And Walrus, what's your word to the audience?
One, I would just echo KG sentiments, and then the people who are about to speak after me, I'm sure I'm going to echo those same sentiments as well. So I guess I would actually just echo a quick personal sentiment in that this is like a really huge thing for so many people who have put so much time and effort. Obviously, RH and the dev team, Brett and those guys, and then so many people who have done things around it, whether it's the content creators or people who just helped and done so much. So it just means a lot. And I would just hope that everyone just takes a moment to like realize the gravity of it. I realize it'll be stressful. There's a ton of money moving around, all those things, but just enjoy it. Like there's just not that many times you get to be a part of something that's really special, that's bigger than most of us individually. And this is very, very likely to be one of those things. So I appreciate everyone's contribution, no matter how big or small. And it's just a special thing to be a part of, guys. So I have not only a lot of investment myself in it, but a lot of emotional energy that's gone into people individually that we've worked with, that we've done things with, that you've argued with and now realize you don't want to argue with, or that it's just a lot. And I hope people understand the gravity and just really enjoy how effing cool this shit is, and enjoy it, guys. It's a special thing.
Hey, yeah, I would like to add to that. Hey, man, we all have been drafted to the NBA. Think about it. Even the bench warmers in the NBA, millionaires. So they don't have to do anything, just ride the bench. But hey, if you're not sure about what to do or how to get in some of the things like providing liquidity, doing
apprehensive. We appreciate your positivity, but we have a flow going. You got to raise your hand, bro.
Am I next?
Maddie, you were running Howard.
People who have YouTube channels who have been covering this, let's go through and everybody can say what's one thing you want to add to the discussion. And then we'll keep taking questions and comments from the audience, because I'm finding that to be super helpful as well.
I'd like to add, just take this moment to really.
Up next was Katie, followed by Gary, followed by Corey, followed by RG3, followed by ATX. Let's go.
Hey guys, I just want to remind everybody to not do FOMO and just slow down for 2 seconds and actually look at what you're doing before you do it. So when you're looking at ratio trading, you're not just looking at the ratio that you're trading between, you also have to look at the depth of the liquidity that's provided for that trade. So you need to go to the information page and see how much liquidity is actually there, because you will wreck yourself. So even if it's a 1 to a 3 ratio, if you go and move 1 million tokens through that ratio, chances are you're going to have a huge price impact, which is negative against yourself, because you're going to try and move too much over. So you're seeing with V3 and you're seeing with V4, it was less than 3% of the liquidity of the AMM bot that was deployed. The Pulse and PulseX pair, you're waiting for people to deploy more liquidity in there. So if it goes live straight away, check how much liquidity is there before you go playing FOMO and think that you're going to miss out on the best ratio trade. Because the best ratio trade might be 24 hours later when there's thicker liquidity and you can actually move through without screwing yourself over when you do it. So you've seen on V4, somebody went and traded Pulse and PulseX, and they ended up making it one Pulse to 63,000 PulseX because there wasn't enough liquidity in that pool. So slow down and take your time when you're actually looking to do these things, and don't do it with all of your money that you have sitting there. Spend a couple of moments to evaluate what you're actually doing. Because again, when you actually see things go live, whether it's Hex, Ethereum, Binance, any of the other chains that have launched, they go up in value and then they come back down. So the first 3 months is always highly volatile, and some of the best buying opportunities are a month down the track or 3 months down the track. So don't think you're going to miss out. Have a steady plan in place and make sure you're constantly watching what you're doing before you do it. And one other thing, if it's launching at 3 zeros and a 1, also remember there's still people sitting there with bonus multipliers on top of that. So people got a 2x bonus multiplier, so they're already up 2x on their sacrifice. So people are already in profit, and it's okay for them to take some of that profit out. Some people like to take their capital that they initially invested out after they make profit and leave the remainder in there to be speculative with their assets. Okay, so everybody does things differently. So take a moment and breathe, and don't rush in issue trading. Check how thick the pools are before you go trying to move millions of tokens around, because you can easily wreck yourself.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Just making sure. So, interestingly, Richard designed Hex and went through a lot of different simulations with a lot of people inside of the community for quite some time. And even after launch, he would constantly say that he didn't realize the emergent properties that Hex had. And that was basically a smart contract. So with the smart contract as a single element, KG, your mic is hot.
Sorry.
So with
the audio cut out for me. What about anybody else?
You can't hear now? I'm not sure. Who can hear?
I can hear you, Gary. Maddie, if you can hear me, Gary's talking, brother.
So my point is that with something as, you know, if you want to call it basic, you want to call it Nobel Prize worthy, whatever you want to call Hex, emergent properties weren't realized by the founder or the developers. And the community basically gravitated around different elements, and different things happened because of it. So keep that in mind when it comes to PulseChain and PulseX, because I don't think there's anyone that's going to be the absolute top of the chart and absolute bottom of the chart. I don't think that there's anybody, including Richard, including every developer, that understands all of the economics and all of the nuances and the best way to play the game. Absolutely. I don't think that exists. Those things will happen at different times. Different people will, you know, have a moment of victory and a moment of loss somewhere in the next, 10 years of this thing existing or longer. So when people say things like, if you do it this way, you got wrecked. And if you did it that way, you would have done better economically, ROI. That's what I'm talking about. I think that the most important thing is that we focus on 10 times as large of a community, 100 times as large of a community. And the prices will fix themselves. And some people are going to make mad gains, and some people are going to absolutely be far ahead of those mad gain winners. So that's kind of my point is, I don't think anybody's going to be a master at this. I think some people are going to have different experiences. The things that we can focus on collectively would be security, personal security, code security, as far as your tokens, movements, all those kinds of bridging kinds of things that we talk about economically that we all can agree on. But if you choose a stablecoin liquidity fork, if you choose to be a validator, if you choose to be single-side staked in PulseX, it does not mean that you won compared to somebody else. Someone else had different characteristics about their model of their investment thesis. They had different preferences about their place on a risk curve. So you did not win because someone else had different APY. That's my point. I really would like people to, if they can, this is a PhD in blockchain, and I don't think that anybody can digest all of it, even though we've been around several years in this speculation about what is PulseChain and what is PulseX. So if you can, maybe it's better to drill down. And if you believe in one particular narrative, one particular product, and you drill down in your information base, maybe it's going to compel you to talk to other people. And maybe that will just be the entrance, and they can find the other methods to participate other than your introduction. So I think it really matters about advocation, and most people won't feel confident about advocating anything until they understand something. So focus on one thing, one element of this is my advice, because this can be overwhelming, both in vocabulary, in scale, in analysis paralysis. It happens all the time. People will sit out
because it frightens them about how much that they need to know before they can do the very first thing. So if you become an expert in one particular section of this opportunity, I think it's better than if you try to be a master, because I think it's pretty much impossible to be a master. So that's my opinion.
All right, guys, would you mind if I jumped in real quick? I got a show to do, and I got the film crew here right now filming this. So say hi to the film crew, everybody.
Hey.
Hi.
What's up,
Hola,
film crew?
¿cómo estás?
What's up,
Big fan of
fellas?
your work.
What up,
They're a big
fellas
fan of
and
your work,
fellas?
guys.
How you guys doing? Nah,
They're
good
they're
fellas.
good. They're sitting here with cameras and boom mics and bright lights in my face and doing what they do. And they're being
Hi,
very
Mom.
quiet right now.
Now you've got some work to do.
But now I got
Now
some
you've
work.
got some work to do. Let's go. Let's go.
Tell him to
So-
come on an interview with your boy.
Oh boy.
No,
Corey
hey, no
Cross-
seriousness, yo.
look,
You good.
stealing his interview skills again, guys. Okay, so I want to jump in here with my opinion on this. So everybody's fired up for the launch. It's coming. It's here. There's one thing that I want everybody to focus on or think about focusing on, and you know, we can sit here and drill down and geek talk about all the code. What's that? I'm sorry. We could drill down and geek talk about all the code and everything else, and I appreciate all of you guys that do that, because it's, you know, kept us entertained during the bear market here and the sooner wait 2 more weeks. But the thing that we need to focus on, if we are going to grow this, like Gary said, in mass, if we're going to grow this in mass, we need to take it to the public. And we're not going to take it to the public by trying to talk to them about specifics in code. We have to find a simplified message. We got to find a simplified way to get it out there. That's why I'm doing the PulseChain tour. I'm going to go and get in front of the regular people and talk to them about regular everyday finances and how crypto, DeFi, true DeFi, Hex specifically, and the new advent of Pulse and PulseX can help them in their situation. And we need to go adopt people. We need to bring people into crypto. So it's time for all of us to start doing the 3 things that really matter in this space. And that's promote, promote, promote. We got to promote this. We've got to get out there and start talking to regular people with regular talk. Because you start saying all of this crap that you guys are saying right now, you're going to scare everybody off. It's fine for all the geeks. It's fine for all of us, you know, crypto geeks, the 3% of the world that are the only ones that are sticking around in this thing during the bear market. But when the bull market comes, how are we going to talk to the Pepe people? How are we going to talk to the Doge people? How are we going to talk to all those folks that want to buy all those shiny fucking objects that are out there that are ripping them all off? What are we going to do to change that so that they're buying good products, so that they're getting into something that's going to help them and help the people next to them versus, oh yeah, I bought Dogecoin, you should too. And so they do it and then they all get wrecked. This shit should be done, guys. We're the ones that are accountable and responsible for this shit now. We've got to get out there and start promoting this the right way so people are getting into good products versus this crap that's out there. So that's my message. I don't mean to be harsh with it, but I want to see us going out there and promoting and getting to the regular people and slow down on all the tech talk. I mean, it's fine to have it. I get it. I know it's kept us busy during the bear market and while we've been waiting, but
We like your passion and practicality.
and that's all I got, guys, is passion and practicality. So that's what I give you. So let's go out there and do that as often as we can and get as many normal folks in this as we can, because it's the normal folks that are going to push our numbers up. That's what we need.
Hey,
so how
RG3,
close do you guys think we are?
I got a quick question for you, RG3. Are you a fan of high fees?
Am I a fan of high fees? No, I'm not a fan of high
fees. Could you speak to that a little bit and why you think PulseChain is so monumentous?
Well, I mean, let's face it. They failed. Ethereum failed. They didn't plan on failing. They didn't plan on high fees. I mean, you go back and look at what Vitalik said, and he admonished Bitcoin for charging 5 cents for a transaction. That was deplorable in his, view. But look at his chain now. He failed. Well, somebody has to come out with something that's going to scale properly, and that's what Richard did. So we're going to spend micro pennies on transactions, and that's the way crypto was supposed to be. That's it.
Can we do something for the movie? Ask someone we can do something quick for the movie.
Can we do something for the movie?
Yes.
Hey, Maddie, can you just go ask people how close they think the launch is and how they're feeling? Just like lightning round. We just want to hear from people. What's our guess of how close and how's everybody feeling?
Yeah, so this is super exciting.
2 more days.
And what do you guys think? How close are we? And what's the mood?
5 days.
We
5:15 sounds perfect.
We got a new sentiment. We got a new sentiment here. Instead of 2 more months, we went from 2 more weeks. Now it's 2 more days.
2 more days.
So I want to see that trending. 2 more days. 2 more days.
We got 2 more days.
I think it's next Thursday.
There we go.
I think
There we
it's
go.
tonight.
That's what I'm talking about.
And how are we feeling? How are we
2 more
feeling?
days.
Bull
I'm
list.
feeling really good with 1,200
like
people
there's a
in
lot
here.
of money in it.
I gotta ask the film crew, RG3's passionate monologue that he just did. Can we please roll that while the opening credits or the closing credits are happening, please? No
We can
music,
definitely discuss
just
that. We can definitely discuss that.
We got some better stuff in there, guys. We got some better stuff in there.
You know, some of us were
And
in
if
Bitcoin.
you guys want to come on,
Yeah. I was just gonna say some of us were in Bitcoin 4.5 years ago when the fees reached their all-time high, and that was the problem for crypto. And then just recently, in the past week, Bitcoin has again hit a new record for fees. All at the same time, Ethereum is unusable, and we're not in the bull market yet. And so it's clear that PulseChain is needed, and now's the time. And it looks like it's about here. So I think everybody is over the moon excited. We're headed to Saturn because they've got a hexagon formation there.
Yep. Fired the fuck up. That's
yep,
for sure.
and
Thank
let's
you.
get it. And RG3, I just got to do it one more time. You know, you guys keep doing what you're doing. You know, you guys keep doing what you're doing. We love you guys and ignore the noise.
Thanks, Corey. We'll get you an interview, bud. We'll get you an interview.
That's what I'm talking about. All right. All right. Now we're cooking with some olive oil.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
So somebody choosing Richard's identity to sell a fucking token, and Birutz is helping him. I've posted a tweet at the top. They're using Richard's name, Richard's photos. They even mention his ID. They're hashtagging our community. We have to shut down these guys.
I mean, we don't have to promote something that's not good for people, and I think that's what you're trying to do is to try to warn people about it.
Now,
but the best thing to do is to just ignore it.
No,
Exactly. Yeah.
They'll
You're giving more attention instead of less attention through this kind of thing.
Yeah, but we can get
Exactly.
rid of reporting the accounts. It's identity theft. Exactly when the mainnet is launched.
I feel you on that, but it's like the law of attraction. It's more along the lines of like you're giving it attention by not wanting to give it attention by giving it attention for people to stop it. If that makes any sense whatsoever.
This is something that Richard Hart himself has spoken on. There's a really cool way you can look up what he said on hexsearch.io. And you could look for his talks on, what is it? It's a security diode or something. I guess the keyword would be diode. And he says that instead of warning people about scams, and then you actually bring in 10% or more of people who you're trying to warn, they end up buying the thing and making it more popular. And so this is something that Richard himself has kind of, he's known for saying things that other people haven't come up with yet, for being kind of a genius inventor type. And so that's one of the things that we try to do in this space, because some of us agree with that. So we're gonna shut down the discussion about like any tokens that are not related to Richard Hart, and just continue to enjoy the excitement of the moment.
It's called a risk diode.
Yeah,
if you do the search, it's called risk diode.
Yeah, but I think if we're going, it would. Are we going back to the YouTuber speaking?
Go for it. Because my microphone got cut out for a little while, and so I didn't get to hear what Gary said because there's a bug in Twitter Spaces. But go ahead and continue with the order of what people were doing to to do our quick run through it, and then we can go back to questions from the audience.
Yeah. So, Gary, are you still going?
No, it was just
Or you
temporary. I
ready?
was saying the word risk diode. If anybody does a search on hexsearch.io, Richard talks about it, calling it a risk diode.
So I just want to say, I want to echo Gary and RG3. I think that the reason why Gary and RG3 are such valuable members of the community is because they know how to build bridges. And as a YouTuber, that's kind of my goal here, and it's been my goal for quite some time to be a bridge builder. And if I have any advice to give, first of all, it's have security, like KG said. That's the first thing. The second thing is, guys, there are people who are maximalists in every community, and that's fine, because what they do is they keep the old order and they keep the old ideology alive that made the community in the first place. However, with that being said, since PulseChain is now a new layer 1, you're going to have new communities coming in, and you're going to have new streamers coming in, and you can't be aggressive towards them simply because of the fact that they are doing a few videos on PulseChain, and then they do a few videos on another project, and they do a few videos on another project. Like, this is a multifaceted ecosystem, and this is kind of why I like Power. I'm going to give Power City accolades here, but this is why I like what Power City is doing so much, is because of that multi-chain Portal X interoperability. Simply because the fact that, like, if you want to connect communities, you connect them through code and you connect them through chains, but you connect them through camaraderie. And you can't connect people through camaraderie if you're going to attack YouTubers or other influencers. I hate that word. On the basis of something as innocuous as looking at different projects. Like, I saw that guy Mason, and Katie, for example, was one of the people that was very adamant about welcoming him, and so was I. Like, this is how you do it. This is how you bring new communities in. You don't say, oh, if you're not in just Hex and PulseChain, you're a piece of shit or you're a scumbag. It's not that way anymore. And in order for
harder than the owl, will get you nowhere. You're 100% correct.
Yeah, exactly. Like you really, really need that camaraderie, and the influencers that are, for example, that I know many of you have been a bit, hostile towards, because they have been, promoting other coins and stuff like that. I think it's time to give it a little rest already. And to the YouTubers, though, including myself, it's a sage advice that I really hope that you guys follow, is never forget the base that gave you your voice. So, for example, like, if you get big and you blow up and you get 20, 30, 40, 50,000 subscribers, whatever the fuck you get, don't forget the base that gave you the voice, that entrusted you to be in basically a financial diplomat in this space, or a financial speaker. Don't forget that base, because that's when it's justifiable to be disgruntled with streamers. Don't forget your base. Don't forget your base. What?
Yeah, I think another another counterpoint to that.
No.
I think it's good to have a variety of opinions, but basically, what I would say is, it's also okay to be a leader and not a follower of your followers, and that's something that Richard speaks about. And so we need a basis to build bridges. We need a basis to get along with everybody else and to let in new ideas. And people in this space in particular have been really good at doing all those things. And I think also it's okay, to say something that's unpopular. It's okay to stand up for what you believe in, and that's another thing that we all can admire in each other.
Amen to that, brother. I couldn't agree more.
I just want to say real quick, I love this community so much. I came in here 6 weeks ago into crypto entirely, into Hex.
Welcome to the community. Raise your hand, brother. I think up next.
Yeah, I'll go ahead.
Crypto. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, appreciate y'all. Yeah, appreciate you hosting the space as always. Matty Ellen, KG, Walrus co-hosting. Good to see everyone up here as always. We have an awesome community for sure. So one thing I would actually stress to everyone right from the beginning is we just got notice from Richard saying basically less than 7 days. So one, make sure that you have everything set up right now, whether it be your stake set up, whether it be your money printer set up, whether it be your funds transferred into certain things instead of holding Ethereum, hold something else, that kind of stuff. The other thing is when PulseChain launches, I cannot stress enough the importance of testing and like test, guys. There's going to be a lot of people who just want to FOMO in, and I understand it's a thing that's going to be happening, new coin launching. I get that. But there's going to be a lot of people that FOMO in to do stuff like liquidity providing, yield farming. People are going to end up swapping their tokens by ratio trading. If you've never done any of this before, I highly advise you do small amounts when you first do it. It is the easiest way to test. Now, the best way to do it is by getting on testnet, where it's big money at this point in time, and you can actually have a real chance to practice how everything works. But even then, you may not still understand the volatility or risks that come along with yield farming, for example, or liquidity providing, because it has the numbers on testnet are crazy high. So when mainnet does go live, please start small. I know everyone wants to FOMO in, but brother KG said it best moments earlier. We are so early in this ecosystem, it's not even funny, folks. Like, you are pre-launch at this point in time, talking about something pre-launch. Do this for the next 6 months to a year, and I promise everyone will be in a much better situation. If you just be patient and understand the importance of testing how everything works first. Don't rush. Don't be the first to do it. I know there's going to be several people swapping. So, guys, again, like my whole method of everything has been test. If you've never bridged over assets before, please test with a small amount. Like, you do not need to go bridge over $100,000 right away, and it's your first time doing a bridge. If you've never done it before, you may end up in a situation that could get yourself in a bad situation. Same thing for cashing out. If you've never cashed out before, big dollars, then have a plan on how to cash out. Do a test transaction first. Understand how cashing out works. There's a lot of opportunity ahead. We have a lot of the greenest, brightest future ahead for every single one of us. So I just want to see everyone around 2, 3, 5, 10 years from now. I want to see everyone flourish in this network, in this crypto industry that we have. So I absolutely love all y'all. Appreciate you having us on, my brother.
Awesome. So let's open it back up to questions from the audience. KG, do you want to notice who's first?
Yes, sir. I got it. And again, if you're up on the panel and you have something you want to say, please hit the little heart with the plus down there in the bottom right. Raise your hand. It's the emoji on the far right. So that way we can go in order. We had Rob D, then EA. I saw Wolverine just waved his hand. Raise that hand. Rob D, EA, go for it.
Hey guys, how's it going? Awesome space. There's like 1,000 people in here. This is great. Just wanted to echo, I guess, RG. Guys, it seems like forever that we were in London together. It seems like ages ago, and now we're finally here. But I want to echo what he said about promoting. And this is, I mean, finally, right? Like, we have now something in our hands to see, like, see, I told you, right? Like, even my wife's been doubting me, along this journey, right? She's like, when is this thing gonna go? And so I think with that, I mean, in any type of sales atmosphere, you have, people need to see it in 3 venues. So let's say they see a tweet, they say something else somewhere else, and then they hear you, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I heard about that post thing. I saw something on Twitter. I saw something somewhere else." And when they have that, that confirmation in those 3 different places, they're more likely to jump on board. And so this is going to be our it's our sales tool, basically, just to say, hey, look at what I got, and look how great it is, and all of the things that that Hex and Pulse and all the things that it is and does. You've got the tool now to show them. So that's all I want to say. And thanks again, guys.
Go ahead, EA.
Hey, yo, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to jump on anybody when I first came on. I thought my hand was raised, so my apologies. The main thing I want to say here is just gratitude and thank you to this community. I came into crypto 6 weeks ago, brand new, didn't have a chance before this to be involved. And I have found so much community, so much love and support, ethics. I think what Corey was saying about opening our arms to the community outside of Hex is huge. I think ethics and community in Web3 are huge. And I think we have those in spades. And I wanted to shout out Katie too. You were the first way I found out about all this. And I feel like your balance, but incredible enthusiasm and education that come through your posts has helped me know a lot of people get into this and understand this. And I feel like what you brought when you were speaking is so much alpha that I needed to hear about moving slow, because I was FOMOing. And now I feel like I have a sense of how to ride this with y'all. I'm not ready. I wish I was more ready. I don't have the liquidity to be as ready as I want to be, but I'm here for the long haul. I plan on building on PulseChain to bring mass adoption to Web3. And you're going to hear me. You're going to see me. I want to be like the unofficial here and just really commend everybody for all your commitment. I'm here. I haven't been here, and I'm new right now, but I want to be a part of this. And I thank each and every one of you. So that's all I want to say.
Awesome. Thanks for being here. Welcome to the party, as Richard would say.
Well said, bro. Welcome to crypto. Welcome to the community. You couldn't have found a better community. So welcome aboard. Welcome. Up next, we got Wolverine and then Katie. And again, if you want to get in the lineup, please raise those hands. Heart with the plus sign in the bottom right. Go ahead, Wolverine.
Thank you, sir. I just want to say congratulations to everyone that's in the sacrifice set for PulseChain and PulseX. It wasn't easy to wait through this bear market, and you guys demonstrated a lot of patience. And a special thanks to Katie and some of the other people that worked really, really hard to promote the assets. Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks for sharing the positivity. It's a very positive panel right now. I like it. Let's keep it up. Katie, then what's up, Kyler? Then Kyler.
Hey guys, I just wanted to touch on marketing and partly say thank you and sorry at the same time, because I know sometimes marketing tactics on Twitter aren't necessarily most loved thing, but I kind of am trying to do what RG3 said. There is multiple different groups of people in crypto and in DeFi itself that you need to target to get the attention of. And not everybody wants to talk technical. Not everybody wants to know, what validators do or what buy and burn does. They just want to know that price go up. So I know that I am sometimes a huge hopium bubble, but for me, it's also about grabbing attention outside of our ecosystem. So if I didn't do what I did, I wouldn't have exchanges talking to me and other projects on Ethereum talking to me. I wouldn't have Dogecoin Ride hitting me up saying, do you want to come in and talk about PulseChain? I wouldn't have CoinMerge going, what's PulseChain? Can you come do an AMA with us? So I know sometimes my marketing tactics aren't always the most beloved thing by the community, but I appreciate and just thank you to everybody that has supported me through doing it, because again, it grabs the attention of other people out there. So the reason why Pepe grabbed so much attention was their bullish hopium tweets. It was price go up. It was, if you invested $27, it would be $10,000 now. There's a certain demographic in crypto that just want to know that. They just want to know if they put a little bit of money into something that they can extract more value than they put in. They want to know that they're early. They want to know there's opportunity, and they want to know how big that opportunity is. So that's my marketing tactics. But at the same time, I can jump in these Twitter spaces and teach people about admin keys. I can talk about validators, and I can talk about PulseChain. So I like spaces because I get to come in and I get to talk technical. I get to talk game theory with people. I get to talk all those fun things that in the background are conversations that I really enjoy. They're the conversations that I deep dive into every single day because that's me and I love that stuff. But on Twitter for me is a marketing tool, and I'm not here to market myself. I'm here to market a brand, and the brand is Richard Hart, PulseChain, Hex, and our whole entire ecosystem. Because there's also a little bit of controversy that I support builders, but there is some amazing utility that's being brought to PulseChain, which is some of the biggest marketing tools that we actually have under our belt. So many chains deploy. So you've seen it with ETHW and ETHFair. Everybody said that everybody was going to move over there, but they didn't because there was no utility. There was no bridges. There was value add to that chain. So they become ghost chains. Okay, so if I see a great project and I talk to that project, I talk about the fundamental foundations, sometimes ask them about their contracts and a little bit further, they're a marketing tool for our ecosystem. It's not necessarily, hey, everybody, we have to support them, or hey, everybody, we have to use them, because we don't. I suggest that everybody invests in the best assets. And I think everybody can tell what I think are the best assets. But when you're talking about other people coming to chain and you're talking about groups of people in blockchain and DeFi, that's not just moon boys and moon math people. It's also people that like to utilize these tools. So a lot of people moved over to Arbitrum, and half the reason was GMX. GMX was one of the most successful dApps that launched over there, and people went to that blockchain for that utility add that was given to that chain. So when you're looking at marketing, it's so many different trifectas that you need to try and go towards to market a product. So thank you for everybody that does support me, and I am sorry for the people that I sometimes do upset for my hopium, but PulseChain every day.
I'm sorry to hear about your friend, Katie. That was sad, and I hope you're doing okay.
Thanks, Jim. Right, it's
Agreed.
it's one of the hardest things to get really terrible news about somebody that you like. Mentally it destroys you, but then there's that suffocating feeling that you get in your chest when you just get the worst news, and it's enough to suffocate you alone without actually thinking about the outcomes. So yeah, thanks.
Yes, real quick before I pass the mic, Walrus, are you there, bud?
Sorry guys, I'm gonna call me down in a minute.
Okay, Maddie, between you and Walrus, I have to pass the responsibilities for a few moments. I've got to step away. So if you guys can take over, I'll be back as soon as I can. But up next was Kyler, then Jim Rat, then David. But Walrus, Maddie, I got to pass to you for a few.
Got it. Yeah, and I can't hear Gary or KDP on my phone because there's a glitch in Twitter, but I was able to listen on my computer. And also, sorry to hear, Katie, about your friend. And but remember to take care of yourself during times when you're taking care of others. It's important. So let's go on to Kyler now. And thanks to everybody who's been contributing here. This is a really great space.
Hey, what's up, everybody? How's my audio sounding right now?
Good.
Okay, solid. Yeah. Yeah, KDP, all the love to you. Big hug. I'm sure everybody in here, biggest hug, give you the shirt off our back, for all the family. So, and then all the love to everybody else too. What a time. I just wanted to take a quick second. I literally just got an audition, and so I got to run. We were talking about marketing and everything, and I just wanted to pass this on. Maybe it might be inspiring to somebody. To buckle down really on our hobbies and passions outside of, because right now in this room, there's so many amazing people from, we got Gary, who, Combat Med. We have Jim Rat Crypto or David James in their fitness. We have Crypto Stylist, who's like big in the fashion world, Hex Toys, who makes products like in the physical world. There's so many people with so many talents outside of crypto that I love that we all have this thing in common, which is crypto. But I think the most interesting thing about us is beyond that. And I think amplifying those will help bridges of finding new people. And for an example, this is not to flex. Like I recently, just this past week, like signed the lease, created the LLC, and have my own acting studio here in Oklahoma, like a physical brick and mortar place to teach acting workshops. I actually did that with money that I earned through side hustles. I haven't even touched my crypto earnings yet, but nobody else knows that. And there's a lot of actors coming through, some A-listers right now, like who are my friends, who are like, how are you doing this? How are you funding this? How is this happening? And I'm able to tell them, like, oh, there's this thing called these things that have given me new financial literacy that have allowed me to navigate myself into this position. Or like a couple months ago, I put on my own film premiere for this film that I did and made profit off of it. It is so hard to premiere a film and make profit off of it, to where I had an Academy Award winning producer ask me, hey, how did you do this? And that one was specifically with profits from I think it was Hedron, or one of the other layers. But yeah, I think that it's buckled down in our passions and what makes us amazing, and amplify those. It'll find people outside of crypto. And somebody said that people look for 3 sets of verification. I don't know who said that, but they'll look for it like, oh, I saw it on Twitter, and then I saw it on TV, and then I saw a person say it. And I think, yeah, do your Twitter stuff, all that stuff, but also go in real life, do the things that you're incredible of. If you do happen to get some financial success for that, maybe roll out those funds into that and think of it as an investment for your bags, because you can get more eyes onto it. Anyways, that's really all. I was kind of going stream of conscious. I hope that all made sense. You guys are the most incredible people, and yeah, let's go.
Hey, well, I think the community all feels the same way, to congratulate you on starting your first business and really being able to represent crypto when you're out there in the acting world. So shout out to you. You rock.
Thanks. Yeah, really quick, I just want to, because I'm super excited. It's more exciting to share this with you guys because you understand the value of it right now. There was a 30 million film incentive here in Oklahoma this past year that earned a 230% increase on its return on it. So they made almost 100 million on that. All of that funding is going to behind the cameras. So there's nothing here to teach kids how to act in front of the camera. So one, having this place here will help save kids from going to the coast and being indoctrinated into all that, all the blah, blah, blah. We don't got to get into that. So that'll be nice. And then 2, eventually it'll be nice to open up a financial literacy segment to it, to where you can teach kids. Because that's the thing is with actors, not even kids, just actors of all calibers, we get paid a lot, but nobody tells us what to do with it. Like when you get paid, if you're lucky enough to get paid, you can get a fat paycheck, and then nobody tells you what to do with it. They give you enough rope to hang yourself, and your agent wants 10%, your manager wants 10%, your PR wants 10%, and then you have California taxes are 30-40%. So it'll be nice to have this to teach kids what we know and pass on the torch that you guys gave to me. So that's the biggest thing. You guys have changed my life, and I'm excited to pass it on. So thank you guys.
Amazing. Yeah, thank you for sharing. And we got Jim Rat and then David next.
Hey, how's my audio?
You're good.
I didn't hear anything Kyler said, which is very disappointing. But I heard Maddie, the end of it, that Maddie was commenting on. Good to see you, Kyler. I just wanted to say that anyone that has worried about their security, if you have that little feeling in your stomach like you're doing something wrong when it comes to your security, or maybe you're on an account that you don't trust anymore as much, just don't be afraid to set up some accounts beforehand that you can send your stuff to. Man, I'm really neurotic about things. I've had experiences in the past that really messed with me, and I learned from it the hard way. I do not want you to learn from it the hard way. If you could get yourself a hardware wallet, set up some separate accounts that you feel comfortable with, use a passphrase, use the 25th word. If you don't know about any of that stuff, I suggest you look up a few videos, and if you DM me, I can send you a few videos that Papa Boner does that I send everyone that he suggested to me. just if you have that feeling in your stomach, like you are a little in over your head when it comes to security, that your stuff's not really safe long term, that's probably a good sign that you want to set up some new accounts. The cool thing about if you have PulseChain is you don't need Ethereum. Well, right, like it's the native token, so you can just send it away from any account. And I also had so if you have questions about that stuff, we are going to be doing a Hex security space with Papa Boner and Hex Hangout and a couple guys. I don't know when, but we do it. They do it all the time, and that's something that is really important to me. And the other thing was, a lot of people are messaging me about Staker app, in that the recovery phrases on Staker app. I do not have anything on Staker app, so I don't know how to answer that. If there's anyone up here that uses Staker app that knows
So
about,
people who have questions can email help@staker.app. And that's the best way to get through to Steph, who's the founder, and he can help you. They haven't always been as public about the recovery options, just for reasons, and so that's semi-understandable. So that's really cool that people can reach out to Staker app for help, but only go to the official source. With that being said, I pinned my referral link for people to get a hardware wallet from Trezor. This isn't something that everybody gets into right away, unfortunately, when they get started with crypto, but it's really important to get yourself a hardware wallet and to actually generate the seed phrase work on the hardware wallet itself. That's a pro tip. So also, I want to throw out, while we're talking about security, that my protocol that'll be released on PulseChain and Ethereum is coming along really nicely. It's going to allow people to undo a hack on Ethereum and on PulseChain, basically because you'll be holding a smart contract in your own wallet that has a second seed phrase set up that you've set up ahead of time. And that's going to allow you to be able to recover if, let's say, you clicked on something and now people are trying to move your coins. There's a 7-day withdraw period that occurs, and so you'll be able to get notification ahead of time to know that they're trying to move your funds, and then you'll be able to take control of the vault using your second seed phrase. It'll also allow people to time lock any ERC or PRC20 token, and of course Ethereum and PulseChain themselves. And so that's really exciting to me. And the only holdup that we have right now is I'm adding at the last minute basically a behavior contract to it. So if you want to do a time lock, you can generate a password to give it to someone. They observe that you've changed your behavior, and then they give it back to you. And you get to unlock your money because you quit smoking or quit drinking or mowed your lawn or whatever the behavior is that you're trying to change. So that's really exciting to me. And I appreciate everybody who's been really supportive along the way, because these are exciting times, and it's important that we build a future that's more mentally healthy and more secure. David, let's go to you.
Guys, I just gotta head out. I'll talk to you guys later.
Thanks for being here.
Later, Corey. Hey guys, just wanted to say that very grateful for this community. I wanted to, say that publicly. Sorry about your friend Katie. I know, things can be trying. Maddie, I like, you're always keeping us on our toes with our mental health. But just to take a moment to remember life is precious. Sorry. Life is short, don't forget about your friends and your family, and we're not all online, but more importantly, don't forget about the best asset there is, and that's you. All right, whether this moons or not, take time to invest in yourself, right? Become somebody who, if your bags go to zero, you're going to be the same person if your bags go to billions, right? Because, both of those are very high probabilities in this game. And if you don't have the right mindset, it can cost you more than your bags, right? You can go down some dark places, no matter how much money you got. Nobody's impervious to sudden wealth syndrome or sudden broke syndrome, unless they have gone through some struggles and done some internal work with themselves. That's all I really got to say. Thanks for letting me up on stage, and appreciate y'all. Love y'all, actually. You know what I mean? Almost all of y'all. But thanks a lot.
Awesome. So who's up next? I'm looking at my screen and we got Westcott and then Crypto.
My God. Yo, y'all see the hash price? 37% an hour? My God. Yo, y'all can hear me?
I can hear you, but I didn't hear what you said about the hex price. Can you say it one more time?
37% in 1 hour, yo.
Wow.
We popping out here, yo. Yo, shout out to everybody in here. Y'all had upwards of 1,000 people in here. That's Hex community right there. That's love, yo. And I'm just so excited. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful time. Just being here, like, y'all don't even understand where we are right now. Like, imagine being in that small group of people that knew about Ethereum or Bitcoin and held, and this is where we are right now, man. Just don't F this up. We gonna win. Everybody's gonna win. I'm excited. I'm about to record tonight. I got songs I'm dropping. And for the love of God, get somebody pregnant tonight. I love you. Have a good night. Take care. I'll see you later.
This is the most enthusiastic speaker that we've had so far, and I love it. So, yeah, keep up the positivity. So we got and that, that reminds me also, we have Funding Jim and Westcott Crypto, who have both said that they're going to be coming to the Hex meetup next week at the Bitcoin conference. There will be 5 to 10 Bitcoiners there who are so enthusiastic about crypto that they will befriend anybody. They'll love to hear about Hex. It's a much different world than on Twitter. I can tell you that much from going last year. And at the same time, I will be hosting a 48-hour live stream on YouTube. And so we'll be able to have people speak from all around the world who are already having Hex broadcasts. And so really looking forward to that. And I'll be getting out the schedule, record that here pretty soon so we can put it all together last minute. And I'll have the YouTube studio set up right around the corner from where the entrance is to the Bitcoin conference. So that'll be really exciting. So looking forward to seeing Westcott and Gary and about 70 other people there. Let's see, we got a Crypto. You got your hand up?
Perfect. One thing I'd like to say is I got into this community about, I want to say close to 2 years ago, right when the SAC happened. A lot of you folks I'm seeing quite often. Maddie, I tune into your YouTube like on the regular. So you've probably seen a couple of my super chats. If you go back, it's the same title. So I appreciate you. Walrus, Gary, I'm a fellow military, so I have a lot of appreciation for what you've done in the past and what you continue to do. And for a lot of other folks that have just been a part of the journey. I will say this. So last week, I went to Seattle Yacht Club's event. It was their opener for the Seattle area. It was a nice big boat parade. And when I tell you that there's a lot of dry powder ready to pump into this thing, my gosh, it's in the wings. And these are folks that have money and they don't need any more, but they'd like to set something up for their children, for their trusts. And I'm so enthusiastic to just be here in this space right now. I remember looking at the Hex price yesterday, just like Westcott said, and then from yesterday to today, and just in the last hour, it's amazing. But I revert back to some of the videos that some of you folks that have been a part of this community have always been saying. So one thing about Maddie's YouTube is he talks about how you can preserve who you are, preserve your values, to look at life as a whole, and the whole idea of time locking and what 555 means and what Richard Hart is trying to do with the power of crypto. So if you guys, well, I'm not going to say if you have time, you make some time, watch Maddie Allen's YouTube, because there's wonderful speakers. And if there's anything that you're questioning, I mean, there's plenty of people here. Mando, K4K has great videos. I've also been a big time fan of his stuff too. So How to Pulse. Thank you guys once again. I can breathe a lot more. So this is good. Like Nagabo said, Mainnet, bitches.
Yeah, I appreciate your enthusiasm, and thanks for watching and valuing the content. I know I too am impressed with the number of really talented and brilliant people, personalities that we have in the community. So thanks to all. Now, if let me see. So KG is still stepped away, but I'm gonna bring up a couple more speakers here, and I just want to remind people to go ahead and raise your hand, and looking forward to hearing from each of you. James, go ahead.
I just wanted to point out that Hex is back up at 8 cents. I don't know if you guys talked about that already.
No, we did not.
Yeah, it's up 36% to 8 cents now.
Wow, that's incredible. Yeah,
So
you know,
go
ever
check your
since
bags.
Nomics bit the dust, what are you guys using to check the price?
I'm just looking at, I mean, there's a few different, but CoinMarketCap, there's a few others. Relatively the same.
Right on, right on. Well, that's something to celebrate as well, that the hex pump is occurring. So really, really cool. And it's unclear to me whether buying now will give you the copy or not. But I guess that's part of the uncertainty. That's part of the reason why Richard has been warning everybody for months and months that, you know, got to be prepared. You gotta plan ahead, that kind of stuff. So definitely something to mind. Now, Marty, you've got your hand up.
Hey, how's everyone doing? This is huge news. This is like crazy news that's coming out here. Yeah, this is unreal. I was literally just doing some research, and I was thinking about shooting a video, and I saw that tweet. But yeah, this is, wow. It's been a long time, especially for those of us that sacrificed for Pulse. I mean, it's almost been 2 years since the Pulse sacrifice. Obviously, PulseX ended February of last year, so same thing, well over a year. It's been a long-awaited announcement for the Hexagon and Hex community as a whole. I know a lot of people are excited. I do see K4K's in here. He's been doing a lot of great content on everything from the bridge into the test net, rags to riches. Brandon, he's been doing a lot of great content. I'm actually uploading a YouTube video right now. I'll have it on my feed here probably the next 5 or 10 minutes. But yeah, I just wanted to know your guys' thoughts real quick. What are you guys going to be looking to hold more of, Pulse or PulseX?
I like both of them.
Sure. I mean, but do you see maybe me personally, I'm thinking that Pulse is probably going to be valued more at the beginning, just because, it's going to be the token for the PulseChain network. But, maybe long term, PulseX will overtake it in terms of value and demand, because it's got a very rigorous burning mechanism. But those are just my thoughts.
Yeah, I think on testnet V4 we saw that the ratio started close to 1-to-1 between Pulse and PulseX. We're expecting that in the first couple of days, first day or two of PulseChain, that it'll be a ratio trading only type of scenario. And but in the testnet V4, which sure, it's not as good as a time machine, to be able to figure out what's going to happen next. But we saw that and it was what 15 minutes or half an hour or an hour before that ratio between Pulse and PulseX switched up from 1-to-1 to being about 1-to-3, with Pulse being valued at 3 times as much as the PulseX token. So really, another thing that we noticed, and people can correct me if I'm wrong, but it seemed like there was low liquidity in the V4 testnet between those pairs, relatively speaking, to where we could see a lot of movement. And so it'll be really interesting to think about whether the OA or any whales will be providing more liquidity in real life. And that'll certainly determine how much the price can be volatile. For some people, price volatility is going to be a feature. For other people, it's going to be a bug. And maybe other people on the panel can comment on what their prediction is in terms of what you saw on different testnets versus what you might be predicting to be happening on Mainnet.
I mean, yeah, for sure. So starting off, get yourself a bag of all 4: Hex, PulseChain, PulseX, Hex on Ethereum.
Your
mic is
was wrecked, so maybe leave the room and come back, and we'll bring it back up. Twitter Spaces can be buggy, but it's pretty cool all at the same time. Toby One, what do you think?
Oh, there we go. I was muted for a second. What's up, everybody? This is an exciting day, huh?
Yeah.
I was working my Toby One TA chart. I'm like, geez, it's like, okay, there's the breakout for sure. So it's wild to me. It's like, as soon as I got the message, dude, it's like I dumped the rest of my dry powder at about 5.7. And it's like, it's crazy. We're like hitting 8 cents already. Measured move of that channel I've been watching takes us to 8.4. Next beyond that's 9.7, and then we're up to like 11.4, and then the local high of 12.6 from a few weeks back. So yeah, dude, this could get out of hand. But like you said, it's like, at this point, if you buy now, if you get the copies or not. But then again, if you can enjoy the pump, for those that might be playing around with their liquid, obviously where I stand on buying it. So if I had any more dry powder, I'd probably be chasing the green candle up. But yeah, I'm super stoked, man. This is exciting times for everybody. I mean, just hats off to everyone for sticking around this long and staying productive and trying to continue to educate and stay positive and fight the FUD and keep the faith. But yeah, super stoked. So that's about all I got to say. I just wanted to kind of step in for a minute and spread a little love around.
Yeah, appreciate it. And we heard just about an hour ago from the Highest of Stakes documentary crew. They were in person with RG3 there in California, and they had their production equipment out, and they were filming the Twitter Spaces and taking note of the historic moment here as we prepare for PulseChain to launch. So shout out. I know Toby One is one of the people that is helping to make the Highest of Stakes documentary possible. And Toby One's also been a major net positive in the space since the beginning. So shout out to you.
Yeah, let me know if my speaker sounds better.
Way better.
Cool. Yeah, I was driving and somehow I connected to both my headset and my car. Sorry about that, y'all. But what I was trying to describe, I know everyone always asks which one's going to do better. And just to put things in perspective, that is almost that's a very short-sighted question. And it's not to throw shade at anyone or say anything, but I need everyone's vision to go a lot freaking longer than just a few months. If you're actually in this and you've been in Hex for any amount of time, understand delay gratification. And so like, it sounds like you almost want to see which one will do better so you can put more money there. So I don't advise anyone ever do that. The best thing you can do for yourself is do 25% in one bag, 25% in another, like PulseX, 25% in Hex, 25% in Hex on PulseChain. And at the end of the day, you hold that sucker for a few years and you're going to do very, very well. Like,
so many people haven't even experienced 100x yet. So why does it matter if you have a chance to hold all four and all four have a chance to do 100x? Yeah, one of them may do 1000x, but we're not going to hit home runs here, people. And I need everyone to realize to stop stepping up to the bat and trying to swing for a home run. We need to get in all four. You need to, have fun in all four. And at the end of the day, you're going to be so thankful and happy. It's building a foundation. It's like building a foundation for a house. You can't just start off with the frame of the house without the foundation. You need to have the foundation built first. And the foundation is the 4 pillars: Hex, PulseChain, PulseX, and Hex on PulseChain. That's it. That's the 4 pillars. You have a bag in all 4, and you will do most likely very well in your financial endeavors for anything going forward in your life.
The
100%.
floor is lava. Richard just tweeted. It's pinned.
Oh, nice. That's a good sign if he's bragging about the hex price. Awesome. So let's see. Wolverine has his hand up, and somebody tell me if I'm speaking over you because there's a glitch or something.
I have a different take on that. Rather than just throwing your money like in many different directions, I think people should just put their money where they think it's going to perform the best. And everyone has a different perspective, a unique perspective that's unique to them. So if you like Pulse, put your money there. If you like PulseX, put your money there. If you like Hex more, put your money there, or do a combination thereof. I think it's so much smarter to market the assets in that fashion. It's just more appealing for people to hear that versus like you have to put your money like in all of these 4.
I think what matters is, are you going to advocate and engage new people? So if you believe in a particular product, whether you're a bag holder or not, or you've discovered some nuance about game theory, all that matters is, are you talking about it? And I mean outside of the bubble of what already is available inside of Twitter, or some of these safe spaces where you're behind an avatar or something like that. Like, are you talking to your family that you haven't talked to for the past 2 years while this thing brewing? Who are you engaging? And it'll help your own investment thesis. You'll either get feedback that that's a terrible idea, and it's refuted by your peer group. And maybe that's part of your communication style. Maybe that's part of your own understanding of what you're betting on, so to speak. But really, that is part of the Hex culture, is very open, welcoming, kumbaya, at the same time that we're really thorny and specific about our investment thesis, right? So all that really matters about a power suit is, are you holding confident in your armor, so to speak? So yeah, that's what matters to me.
Awesome. So let's go to Filipino. I think you have your hand, and then we'll go to Josh and then Chef.
Thank you, Maddie. Yeah, fucking excited like everybody. I guess I just want to tap in and just say everybody's doing some great comments. If everybody can share this topic right now, or share this space right now one time, so we can get even more people in here. We have too many smart people in here and Maddie's here really doing great, delegating and letting people speak. And but I wanted to touch on, there's definitely different ways to dollar cost average into the ecosystem. There's a lot of people in here that probably didn't sacrifice yet, and they're like, when is the next time to buy? And and the highly recommended is, if you don't know what you're doing on the ratio trading, the next opportunity is buying it on when it's on the free market. Within the first day in the free market. And there's going to be a set of people. I'm excited, and I'm one of those people. because that's going to be trying my best to buy whatever the value is of PLS and PLX, whatever the discovery price after bridge price is. I'm going to be buying in, and because the price is only going to go one direction, and it's about dollar cost averaging into X and PulseChain with your bag. Everybody's going to have diversified plays on how they're going to have investment plays for every specific scenario. Every investment play is always specific, but there's so many ways to diversify within the Richard Hart ecosystem. It's a win-win. But for those that are out there that hasn't bought or didn't sacrifice, you're still not late. You're still late to put in money on day one. A lot of people think they're late and they're not. Hex. Let me just talk about that right now. Don't forget about hex staking right now. In order to get cheap Pulse hex stakes, you buy now because well, we don't know if you're going to get the duplicate per se anymore at the end of the day. But get your money into hex. It doesn't matter if it pops up. I think it's going to get up to 11, 12 cents in the next 48 hours. This is the final pump. This is, I won't be surprised by the time mainnet happens. We're already at 20-cent hex, before the main launch actually happens. I always said we're going to be at minimum 11 cents, when main launch actually happens, because that was around the sacrifice price of the first 5-day sacrifice price where hex was at, when there was a snapshot of the dollar cost average of the bonus for a sacrifice. Security. What is the most fucking important thing about main launch? The first thing is we've been having these fucking coins for over 2 years in one wallet. And God, who knows if you were actually doing that shit right and your security was on point or not. The first thing we should do, or in my opinion, would be a great thing to do, is it's all about security right when main launch happens. Find your duplicates and then, diversify your bag into different areas, just so, just in case. Oh, shit. But yeah, security. Papa Bear, I've been holding it down for fucking 2 years and some change, 3 years, talking about fucking security, excuse me. And if y'all don't got, your game plan is all about security, protecting your sacrifice bags, making sure that is protected. That's the first thing about getting your duplicates. Besides all ratio trading and getting excited to do any of that, make sure you protect your bag. I wish everybody, we're all winners. There's gonna be people that are gonna be shaken out. The people who are gonna get shaken out, it's anybody that's gonna get a anywhere from a 10x to a 50x from sacrifice price. I think the biggest warning is 95% of people are going to get shaken out of their sacrifice bag within the first 90 days, because they're not going to be able to handle the volatility going from 10x to 20x to 30x, back to 10x to the 50x, back down to 10x. Have a strategy. That's why there's, different ways to, quote unquote, make passive income on the money when it comes to, potentially single-sided staking your PulseChain and getting the INC token and fucking selling that versus having to sell any of your PulseChain or PulseX. Diversifying within all 4 ecosystems is great. Breaking it down 25%, divide by 4 is a great conservative strategy. But bottom line is it's the concept of having your bag separated, for specific scenarios that you need it for, and don't get it effed up, like don't forget about your kids, make sure they have if anybody has kids, nieces, nephews, that's what the original sack bag is for. The original sack bag is for them. That's just an opinion, so, you got to make sure that you protect that at all means.
These are all really great points. Go ahead and give us your last point, and we'll keep rotating through the speakers here, because I know that there are a lot of people waiting.
No problem. You're awesome. Thank you for the time, and I'm Gucci now. Y'all have a good day. Easy.
Awesome. Yeah, I appreciate your enthusiasm and the information that you're sharing. I'm going to scroll down here and I'm just going to read off some names of some familiar faces that we have listening, because I want to just, for historical purposes, even shout out some people that I appreciate as content creators and they're listening right now. So there are 3 guys last year that I met at the Bitcoin conference, B Roots and Ian and Mike the Investor. These guys are great. They've been interested in PulseChain for a long time now, and they have it down. I've seen them do streams about it and explain it to their audiences, and so I appreciate them. We got K4K, who is like, he's the #1 game theory guy out there, just about, or pretty much in everybody's opinion. So we really appreciate him and all the good work that he and KDP have put into helping people understand everything when it comes to PulseChain and especially PulseX, of course. And so we got How to Pulse here, Hexy Quinn, Westcott Crypto. Of course, Westcott was the one who
I appreciate you, Maddie. I'm about to go ahead and turn over my mic and just leave the room so somebody else can be a speaker. But you guys are awesome. You take care, man. Good luck to y'all. Peace.
Appreciate you. Georgia is definitely getting married to Richard Hart. David James is the one who kept putting up signs everywhere to buy hacks, like in rich neighborhoods and stuff like that. Just so many people here that I can see. Kyler is our Hollywood access person to get us in with all the celebrities there. We got Crypty Girl. She started one of the first Hex clothing stores, and she also got gifted, I don't know, some crazy amount of Hex by Ski Cat, right? And she staked that, and she was in the sizzle reel for the Highest of Stakes documentary, even before they started filming the majority of their work. So that's really cool history. Got Marco the Hexakin here, who was on Game Theory Gang, and he also has started his business of his passion of doing leather work and working with other materials to make badass hats that, in my estimation, are just like futuristic, the types of ways that they interact with light and have these cool kind of, I don't know, holographic shines to them is like really cool. Freddie Quotes, of course, he's always looking out for Hexicans and did the Furu eulogy, but he even built a bridge recently with Eric Wall. And so that's a long journey right there. Timothy Benjamin was putting out his Hex travel channel back in the early days, and he was one of the people who was a founding member of Discourse Syndicate, I believe. So there's just so many here that I see. Hex Blessed has one of the best recovery stories when it comes to miracles happening and attributing some of that to Hex. 43 OG, the name implies the story itself. Long Vacation, Craig Waddington, HP Morgan. The list goes on and on. I could go down this list, and these are people that I've met at meetups. These are people that make the community shine and really represent the PulseChain and Hex communities. So, without any further ado to get into our questions and our panel, I just kind of wanted to put things on hold and shout out the people who are here listening and the people who are helping to make our network effects great. So Josh, let's go to you next.
Yeah, first of all, the individual recognition there was pretty impressive. So good job, man. My only question is, because I'm not interested in ratio trading at all, what is the best way to have instant buying power when this thing goes live? Will I be able to bridge over stables, USDC, and DAI? Will those have value on the PulseChain network when I bridge them over? How does that work out?
Let's see if anybody on the panel pops up. I know that the plan is basically that there will not be a bridge starting off for the first 1 to 2 days. And so that would imply that there's only ratio trading at that point. Your your DAI copy or your USDC copy isn't expected to have any value on the PulseChain side.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
But I suspect that the whole point of having PulseRamp.com, which goes off of PulseChain.com, the whole point of that is to have a way for people to bridge in value as soon as possible after that initial 2-day kind of tax purposes period of ratio trading.
Yeah, my only will it have value though right away? So after the 2 days, if I do bridge in USDC or stable coins, will it hold its value there for me to swap? I don't really know how that works.
That's my plan. That's what I'm doing. And if if I notice that there's some better deal because I can route through something else, maybe even manually, right? Like it's just like when I'm putting money into Hex, I'm going through Coinbase, and instead of buying Ethereum, I'm buying USDC because Coinbase isn't going to charge me a spread. I'm buying the USDC. Then I take the USDC and put it into the DeFi world onto my own self-custody of MetaMask using a Trezor. And then I'm swapping on matcha.xyz or uniswap.exchange, right? And, it takes a little bit of ETH thrown in there to make the whole thing work. But that's a better routing that I can get compared to routing my bank account funds through Ethereum, which Coinbase will charge me like a secret 2% spread above market plus like a 1 or 2% fee on top of that. So it's so it'd be the same thing with the PulseChain opportunity to get fresh money in there. We're going to be staying tuned to what the best strategies are when it goes live. And I don't know if anybody else on stage wants to chime in and make your prediction of how bridging in money will be possible.
Well, one thing that you could do is, so none of us know at which block the actual hard fork will occur at or from. But what you could do now is just buy the assets that you care about the most on Ethereum and get the copies. And then once you have the copies, you can swap for Pulse or PulseX or a combination thereof. So for example, if you prefer Hex, then buy Hex now, get the free copy, and swap. The only caveat is that we don't know at what point the hard fork takes place. We don't know at which block.
I just don't want to ratio trade Hex or PulseX. That's the only. I don't want to trade those copies because I don't know what that might get wrecked on that value. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, you also don't have to trade anything. You don't have to do any type of trading at all. Just like give the network some time to develop and see where the prices fall, and then maybe make more informed decisions at that point. I think the only ones that should be ratio trading are ones that understand the math really well and understand the supply and what a good ratio it looks like. But I think many people might actually get wrecked just because they just might not understand what they're actually doing.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, man.
Going to rotate to another hand.
So Chef had their hand up earlier. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So we're talking about ratio trading and stuff like that because actually shout out to Gary. He actually helped bring me into these spaces to help further my knowledge. That's all I'm really trying to do. But as far as ratio trading, I've tested on V3 and V4, and I've been ratio trading all of the test nets, and this is not financial advice. Personally, it's been effective for me. I've turned very small portions into very large portions because I understand the math very, very well when it comes to ratio trading. And for me, I've been able to 10x on top of my 10x bags, but I don't know if that's going to be different for Mainnet. And I guess I'm just want to get opinions on whether or not I should just be very, very careful when it becomes the Mainnet instead of testnet, because I don't know if that's going to be different, or if me playing around extensively and excessively on testnet, will that techniques be effective on mainnet if I effectively move those techniques over to mainnet? Because I understand the math and I see the liquidity that's being moved around and I see the numbers that move around really fast, and I'm able to effectively get into certain trades or ratio trades where, let's just say for example, I turned 100 PLSX into let's just say 200 or 300 pulse, and then I swap that over again, and I'm actually spending 100 pulse for another 300 PulseX. So I'm tripling or doubling my bag. I just want to know if I'm going to be wrecked or if I should just be very, very careful.
It's hard to say what the market will do. I think it'll be telling to see how thick the liquidity is from the whales.
You're for sure going to have people acting different on a mainnet than they will on a testnet, and only 30% of people are using testnet, so it's going to be different, I think, for sure.
I agree with Josh. You know, testnet is monopoly money. You're playing around with monopoly money, and a lot of times on testnet you're making decisions that you would never make with real money. So I would say just proceed with caution. You could still try it out, but maybe nibble into the market and nibble with the ratio trading rather than like large amounts.
Awesome. Let's keep it going. So if you're wanting to ask a question, go ahead and raise your hand. If you're on the panel because you're a YouTuber that's well known to me because you've spoken at the Hex conferences, then we want to keep you around to answer questions. Gary, I've sent you a request co-host, and yeah, go ahead and put your hands up. Otherwise, we'll move you off the stage.
I gotta step out in like a minute. I'm gonna have to be in the.
Okay. I'll send it to ATX then. So we got Phantom here. Go ahead.
Thanks. Y'all hear me?
Yes.
All right, cool. Yeah, just to echo what Katie and Corey Costa said, I came into this community a couple of years ago, but I come from different communities from the crypto space, and it's been really cool seeing how Hex has evolved, as well as goddamn 2 years is a long time for Pulse and PulseX. My question to the panel is how are you guys planning on cashing out some of your gains? I haven't really, I heard you talk a little bit about it, Maddie, just now, but is there a how should I say, like a route that you guys foresee in like a year or so to just get a little fiat, especially since I come from the security and privacy space, and I just wanted to see what you guys were thinking about that.
Have you cashed out before on any chain? Have you cashed out crypto money on Ethereum before to your bank account?
I usually just go right to Monero, but no, I haven't done anything going from Ethereum to USD.
Okay, the best observation that I can make is that if your plan is to cash out in a year, you want to wait until it's closer to the time you want to cash out, and then you'll be able to research what the cheapest route is. For example, there's a lot of things that people are doing on Ethereum right now that are causing high transaction fees, and so there are some methods that people have for moving money around in crypto that does not incur as many high transaction fees. So that'll be something that you'll probably research when it gets closer on. But the example that I gave earlier of, because Coinbase accepts USDC as something that it will swap 1-for-1 without a transaction fee, without a hidden markup, like it does with Ethereum and Bitcoin and all these other tokens, where it does a secret 2% spread above the market price. is the price that you're buying at, and it's 2% below the current market price that it's allowing you to sell at. And that's part of how these middlemen make their money. And I guess, finance trying to fight the SEC and all that. So at the end of the day, it's cheaper when you're cashing out of crypto using DeFi. If the fees are not $300 to do a swap, it can be cheaper to use DeFi. So I'm swapping Ethereum to USDC on matcha.xyz, and then I'm sending the USDC to Coinbase. Coinbase isn't charging me anything to cash out into my bank account.
Right. I should have prefaced that by saying, like, obviously I got into the SAC through a centralized exchange. Like, I traded US dollars for DAI, or I forgot, USDC, and then that's how I SAC'd. So basically I should ask, like, we can go through a DeFi route, because, like, I don't want to deal with the centralized exchanges. But yeah, it makes sense. Totally.
Did you
Thanks,
send
Matty.
Did you send money to the sacrifice from your own self custody wallet? From your own MetaMask?
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah, but the route was going from, like, you go on like Gemini or something. They had a pretty good rate at the time. Send it out to your MetaMask. It was like same day send out, dude. 2 years ago. Wow. And then you send it to the sacrifice address. But yeah, thanks.
Absolutely, yeah. So who's next? Who's going to raise their hand and ask the next question? I'll bring up some more people here. Marty.
Yeah, thanks. It'll just be a quick one.
Hi guys.
Was it ever addressed? I don't have this issue, but was it ever addressed if somebody sacrificed from a wallet, but then they either lost access to that wallet, or maybe that wallet got compromised? How are they gonna receive their sacrifice then?
So the person who got it compromised is going to say a lot of prayers, and then they're going to kiss the attacker and try to move the funds. So you might want to have a hardware wallet already set up, and you might want to have a plan to immediately, as soon as PulseChain goes live, to go and move those funds as quickly as possible to your public address. So that'll be important to remember. And if you lost access to your self-custody wallet, then the funds are lost forever. You may, once you realize that, put in more effort to dig up your seed phrase, the 12 or 24 words that you wrote down when you were setting it up. But there's no way to call support in crypto. So great questions, and reminds us of the importance of being diligent with our being our own bank. Who has the next question?
What's going on, Maddie? I got a question for you. First of all, I love the DeLorean. Not John Bad, but yeah, I got a question.
Appreciate it.
So, how much Pulse do you think is going to be on the market to be able to be bought with dry powder off the get-go? Because from my understanding, aside from the AMM bot, the only Pulse that's going to be available is coming from sacrificers like me and you. As just aside from whatever's in the liquidity pools from the AMM bot, which is like a small percentage of what really is out there, being that you think that like the OA's, sacrifice Pulse isn't going to be on market. How much Pulse is going to be able to even be bought with dry powder coming in? The first couple of days, there's just going to be the ratio trading, which I'm not going to do. And then as far as selling Pulse, I'm not going to do. And I think there's a lot of people with that same mindset that's like, based off the Hex thing and the time horizon and everything like that, it's like diamond hands in this community, so who's selling? And then the people that want to buy, what Pulse are they buying? Like, where's it coming from is my question.
Yeah, I mean, who did I hear? It was your friend Sami maybe was the one who was saying, yeah, you can get a a 90% dip, and then you can get a 10x rip, and that's gonna move a lot of coins around. So I think, you know, people selling, that's people who got a 2x sacrifice bonus. Some of those whales might be selling, but not all of them can sell. Actually, most of them can't sell. And so they're going to be trying to do other things. They're going to be providing liquidity. They're going to be running validators. They're going to be, you know, looking out for incentive opportunities. So, yeah, I think the market is going to tell us. I think a lot of people who are not time locked don't make the decision until the candle or the red candle is in front of them. And so even those of us who have, you know, our sacrifice points and we're looking forward to this airdrop, we don't even have a good read on what we're going to do necessarily. Although I recommend to people to write down a plan ahead of time.
Yeah,
Hi,
Maddie,
guys.
I would just say, you know, there's always buyers. There's always going to be sellers. You have the mindset that you're not going to sell, but there's a lot of people that have a whole lot of pulse with mega bonuses on top of them. They will sell. There'll be a lot of people that will sell. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to be providing liquidity from day one, because they're going to be earning a ton of money to provide liquidity in PulseX. So it's just like whether it's BNB or Ethereum or AVAX, who sold those coins? The market makers sold them, right? So the market is going to dictate. The market is going to be fluid. It's going to be very liquid. I envision hundreds of millions of dollars coming over that bridge very quickly, and Pulse being very liquid. I would say, to kind of reiterate what Wolverine was saying, you know, what we see on testnet now is great, because we're able to really feel what it feels like to be on Pulse, how tight and buttoned it up it is. Navigation wise, you're learning where to go, what to do, you know, what works, how to provide liquidity, how to go to the forums, all those different things. In terms of what you see in terms of the data and the numbers, absolutely not. Right? So testnet's beautiful for seeing it, observing it, learning the navigation of everything so you don't wreck yourself navigation wise. In terms of the actual numbers, those things are going to have to come in real time on Mainnet.
Quick question
Yeah, and I
for
definitely,
anyone.
I definitely caution everyone on using the numbers that they saw on testnet to think it's going to play out the same on mainnet. Just as a word of caution, for sure, because
no, that's frankly absurd. That's absurd.
No, yeah, definitely absurd. I'm telling everyone, definitely don't use the numbers that you've seen on testnet and make your plan based off the testnet.
Quick question for everyone or anybody that thinks they might know. I remember early days when the PulseX sacrifice started. Richard Hart mentioned that there was going to be 3% of the PulseChain supply put up for a one-to-one swap for the first couple of days before the bridges are connected. I don't know how many of you in here remember that. I just wanted to know if anybody knows anything about it, if they know if that's still on or if that's not a thing anymore, because obviously you know, we've got a new version since then. But any information at all would be appreciated. Thank you.
I don't remember Richard Hart ever saying a certain amount was going to be used for anything.
No, he didn't. But on the last two test nets, especially the last one, it essentially started at a 1-to-1 ratio and then immediately went into Pulse's favor, like 3.5 to 1, 4 to 1. So I do think that it'll probably start near a 1-to-1, and then the market will dictate from the rest. That's happened
Awesome.
2 times in a row now. So, but you know, that's going to happen so quickly. It'll be a broken neck and then the ratio's gone, right? So it's not like everybody's going to be able to get that kind of a ratio.
I see PulseX know me up. What you guys say, my friend?
What's up? What's up, guys? I just have a quick question, actually, for a friend. So I had a friend sacrifice from his Zoom wallet, which is like XRP based, and another one from his Coinbase wallet. Any clue as to how they'd be able to get their coins?
The Coinbase wallet is in fact just a self-custodial wallet, so it'll show up there when they connect to the PulseChain network. I don't know anything about the other wallet with the Zoom wallet or XRP. I haven't heard anything about that before, but I do know Coinbase is a self-custodial wallet, so that will show up. They just may need to figure out how to connect to the RPC.
Got it. Thank you, man.
May I say something?
Great. Good. We're gonna go to people raising their hands. So hold on just a second. K Dream has a question, or sorry, Kadria.
You got it, Kadria. I had a question about the delegating Pulse. I don't know if I missed it at some point in the last couple years that changed, but is that not a thing anymore to be able to delegate your Pulse to a validator?
Correct. Yeah, they switched it.
Go ahead.
Well, yeah, they switched it whenever, because they were forking over the BSC originally, or forking over a version of it, which was delegation, proof of delegation. Now they actually have it proof of stake, so it's E2.0. So there is no more delegation; it's just validators.
Thank you, because that was part of my plan, was to do the delegate the Pulse, and so I will check that off my list then. Thank you.
You got it.
Great. And Red, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. First, thanks, Maddie, Walrus, and ATX for allowing me to speak. Real quick, I've been a patient sacrificer for a long time. I got my 16-year-old son as a patient sacrificer as well. He was very excited to see the text that Richard put up on Twitter today. But I wanna mention regarding the question someone had a little back regarding who be able to buy PulseX. Maddie, I know that you said that a lot of people, big sacrificers, won't be able to sell their PulseX. So I want to know what you meant by that. Also, wouldn't it be just beneficial to kind of just watch the liquidity and see how large the liquidity gets, and then we might get a good idea of how much we could start selling in Pulse? If someone or like a big whale wants to start selling, wouldn't they have to wait for a large amount or heavy liquidity before they can start selling them off? Those are my questions.
Yeah, I think if somebody sacrificed tens of millions of dollars or millions of dollars for PulseChain or PulseX, then if you imagine a situation where the origin address isn't selling, then you could imagine that those people who hold the top wallets, the top 20 wallets, they couldn't all sell all at once, just like any whale in any ecosystem. They wouldn't be able to dump all their bags all at once unless there's, millions and millions or billions of dollars of liquidity. So,
okay,
it'll just be, it'll be up to people to decide, the whales themselves, to decide what price they're willing to sell at.
So basically, like the top 100 wallets. We don't know how many of those wallets are one person or maybe 100 different people, but those are really big bags of
Correct.
So my concern is
there was a slight incentive for people to use one address because they could get a higher volume bonus. And so that narrows it down a little bit, that probably most of the top addresses are different people. However, you could also imagine if the origin address was some of those. I don't know if anybody's been tracking that.
But so that leads me to this question. So when we start looking at liquidity, and let's just assume top 100 addresses are liquidity providers, we might have the false impression that there's a heavy liquidity, and maybe some of those sacrificers are just waiting for enough for them to pull out on the 10x because they sacrificed so much, and couldn't that lead to a drop in price?
Yeah, but at that point in time, it's redistribution of wealth, and that happens no matter what product you go into with business, and especially with crypto in particular, because the one address that can hold a big stack, but there's always typically 100 buyers who want to also buy that stack up as well. So yes, there is going to be a potential for people to sell, and that's okay. People are going to take profits, and that's in general how it always works. Also, at the same time, you have to understand that is what's called redistribution of wealth, where it's going to move it from one person's hand into 100 people's hands. And then at that point in time, it goes from 100 people's hands to another 100,000 people's hands, right? That's an average redistribution of wealth. And you're talking, that's again, very short-sighted as well. Because if you do see a drop in price, a whale can drop the price in anything for most assets. They can tank it, but again, for the most part, does it have a good product? Do you have a good, project that has product market fit? And are people wanting to be excited about it? Is there a community behind it? And all those factors come into play. And what you see is people start buying. Those are buying opportunities for a lot of individuals who wish they could have got in earlier. And that's that redistribution of wealth once again happening.
Hey, just to add to that,
short-term, investors, and then, but I'm trying to gauge, and I know it's impossible to kind of figure this out, but I'm trying to gauge where the long-term investors start and how much from that wallet address, whatever rank that is, towards down, how much PulseX and how much value is in there, because if the long-term wallets value outweighs the top 100, then I feel okay. I feel a lot better if if they dump all their bags at 10x, because it's going to come in, like you said, well, it's moving to, the next 100 people. But I'm wondering how many of the long-term wallets are there, and is there more value in those wallets than there is in the top 100?
All we know is that it's going to be a test of time and patience and adoption. So those are the things that go into what the price does. If there are greater network effects, if Metcalfe's law takes over, right, then we see more price potential. When we see people being patient, there's going to be a way for you to time lock your PulseX and PulseChain tokens through my dApp. And there's going to be a lot of other cool stuff that you can do with these things. And so it's going to be up to us as users, who's willing to sell at what price, and then who's going to be onboarding people.
I'd also add that the top wallets are more likely to have a long-term mindset, because they're the ones that are patient. They have the patience required to be successful in this market, and they were willing to give up a lot of value in order to get into PulseChain and PulseX before its inception, when it was just an idea. So I would argue that those guys pretty much, not everyone, of course, but as Maddie, like, you have to give it time. But those guys, they understand the value proposition before your average person, and they will be providing liquidity like as larger players, just because they want to support the network and support the assets that they care about.
I agree with that, but I also think that especially for the top 100 sacrificers, they've sacrificed an enormous amount of money that I don't think that what they sacrifice is life changing for them. So you know, if they can take a 10x, because it really doesn't
Well,
take.
but Red Bull,
Let's
let's
making
invert what you
you know what I
invert it
mean?
though. These guys aren't sacrificing 30-40 million dollars into a black hole unless they're essentially billionaires.
Correct.
Okay? Billionaires don't need a 10x.
That's what I mean. So they might get out at a 5x.
No, it's exact opposite is what I'm insinuating. Billionaires don't need to invest $40 million, which implies they're billionaires, to take a measly 10x on an investment after waiting 2 years when the potential is thousands of x.
Okay, I understand. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
So if
Well,
you're
I'll
if you're
use
on
one
stage,
example.
so if you're on
I'll-
stage and you're not one of the people who's answering questions here, if you're asking questions, put your hand up, or we're going to rotate you off and bring up people who are ready to ask their question.
So let's just use one example, and it's going to be the God Whale. The God Whale is a perfect example of this, that he sacrificed a lot of money, but he also held Ethereum since inception for 7 years. Tens of thousands of Ethereum he's held for several years, and he hasn't sold. So what's more likely? Is he more likely to sell an asset that he's already got a 15,000x on or a 5,000x on? Or is he more likely to sell an asset that he got a 10x on? All these players who are in the ecosystem for a very long time have typically been in the ecosystem for a very long time, and they're not just looking for this as a sense of a 10x. Usually they're holding other assets that have done much better, and so they want to do this much better as well.
Awesome. So let's see. I wasn't really looking that closely. Black Profit, let's have you go next.
Great. Thanks for having me on, Maddie. I just wanted to also touch on what ATX Crypto and Wolverine were saying about the longevity and like the people that have been in the Hex community for a long time, that they have these stakes for 5555. They have like a 15-year time horizon. And so they're thinking about the future of money and how to store value and to pay for goods and services and things along these lines. And Richard Hart is constantly tweeting about democracy and like how we all sacrifice for the freedom of speech and freedom of movement. And he mentions like the freedom to transact and like how important that is to like have as like humans. And if you guys watch Whales Only streams, you'll see all the collusion and manipulation that goes on in traditional finance. And true DeFi is like the way out of that manipulation and that corruption. It gives you like true democracy. And so like whenever you're thinking about your portfolio allocation, try and like have that framework in your mind of like, okay, sure, we're all here for mad gains, but what's your investment strategy once you get there? Like, how are you going to exit the system without like hurting the coin, or like, how are you going to give back to the community that has been like helping you? Because I have my plans and like endless gratitude for the things that the Hex community has taught me. And so I just wanted to have everybody else see PulseChain with this same sort of framework.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks for your comments there. Let's see.
Yeah, I think next I saw Hard Army.
Go ahead. Yeah, thanks. ATX.
Hello, guys. How you doing? Well, first of all, I wanna, Mari, shout out to you on your streams and then your presence on the community. Although those Hex therapy lives are in the times of in the hard times of FUD in the community, has been pretty beneficial due to your background on therapy and all that stuff.
Thank
and
you.
Also amazing to see so many familiar faces here. And well, I would like to ask you your intake about the NFTs on PulseChain, because I also know that a few fellow Mexicans don't like too much NFTs, but I do think that on PulseChain, the NFTs are going to be a blockchain without NFTs in this moment in time. I think that is not too good. So I would like to know your intake about them.
You're definitely going to have NFTs on PulseChain. For example, you could have you'll have Pulse Bitcoin lock NFTs where they've been injected with real intrinsic value because tokens are stored in the NFTs, and that's just one example. There's many, many others.
Yeah, man, sure, man. Oh, well, so great. And also, I would like to, to say that there is a lot of other communities in other languages, and that is pretty important, though, that not just Hex, the Hex community and PulseChain is not just in English. And then there are a few countries over there. I see Georgia there, and then a lot of influencers that are doing a pretty awesome job. Well, thank you guys for giving me the opportunity and spread the love and this energy today with this pump and then the news about PulseChain release. Thank you,
Thanks
guys.
for being here with us. Appreciate it. ATX, who's next?
Hey, man, let me interject on the NFTs real quick, Maddie, to this guy. I know the Staker class has done 5555 collection to spread the word.
Do I get to make you a co-host for interrupting?
Sure.
Because
I'll let you.
Cool.
Sorry, Maddie. I just want to let them know you got Staker class NFTs. You have Hex Punks and I think Pulse Punks. And these guys have all been giving them away for free. And they've been spreading the good news. So just wanted to put that in there. Thanks.
Appreciate it. And go ahead. Yeah, I sent you that request. You got it. And ATX, did you notice who had their hand up next?
Yeah, I want to say, well, I didn't see who was next, but I know Execute came in. We'll go Execute, Crypto Khalil, and then we'll do Angels. How about that?
Great.
Hey, what's going on? I was just wondering, is there a front end for NFTs within the first week when you guys go live? Does anybody know one?
Great question. I'm not aware. I know Mintro was a project that had been talking once upon a time of making a front end for NFTs. I don't know if anybody.
That'd be the only one I'm also aware of.
Isn't there a way of like executing it through Etherscan, like buy orders? So you can target like certain contracts, right?
So in this case, PulseScan that you'd be putting that through. Yeah, there's probably a way to do that.
Yeah, I think guys, there is a few marketplaces. I think that Pixel Park, Mintra, NFT on Pulse, and a few others around. Yeah.
Cool.
Cool. Thanks.
Who's next?
Angels, go ahead if you want.
Yeah. So this is a little off the Pulse launch topic, but it's so I've been tracking the Hex price since his tweets, and what do you guys think of? So we had a pretty big pump, obviously, into the tweets. It took us up about 35%. In the past hour, that 35% has been wiped out. We're almost back to the price so that we were before the tweets. So my question is, do you guys think that people believe the snapshot has happened and we're witnessing what they think is the dump after the snapshot, or are people just playing like hedging against the dump? What are you guys' thoughts on that? We're pretty much back to the price yesterday. So just watching it, what do you guys think of that?
Yeah, I mean, easy answer there. It's just people are gonna speculate a whole bunch. Richard Hart said launch within 7 days, and again, keyword being within, so it can launch at any second now. But at the same time, people hear 7 days and they also read into that and they say I have a whole week to still trade. So a lot of people may have taken profit on the pump and maybe trying to buy back in lower. It's just a risk that I'm not willing to play, but that's kind of what you have to anticipate people are going to try to do.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with the trading, because I'm tracking some of these wallets using Arkham's software, which is excellent if anybody's ever used it. And most of the wallets I'm looking at are just trading it really. So I think that's probably what I just wanted to get a second opinion, because that's where I was leaning to. I think people are just trading it. So I just wanted a second opinion on that. There's a lot of people in this room. I wanted to hear what other people thought about that.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, thank you.
It's a
Thank you
sad thing, but yeah, appreciate you coming through.
Yeah, it is sad. I feel bad for him. But whatever.
Yeah,
It's also
that's
not on
part of the reason. Part of the reason why the Ethereum blockchain is clogged up right now is because there are so many traders doing their thing with meme coins, and so it wouldn't surprise me if there's just a large number of traders who have moved in. Maybe they don't even know about the free copy. Maybe they don't even,
Well,
like
some of them
maybe
are
they're
bots,
just
actually. I noticed.
looking at the charts.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Yeah, some of the bots I noticed are actually taking losses on some of them. Some of the rather large trades are bots taking losses.
It's also not uncommon to have a buy the rumor, sell the news type of event, and so you kind of expect this type of volatility. But it's actually best to just focus on like your own personal portfolio. Like if you want more hex, for example, before the network launches, and maybe you get a duplicate copy, then now's the time. And even if you don't get the duplicate copy, like you're still acquiring the asset that you care about the most. But yeah, that's why it's best to avoid these like the short-term mindset and think outside the box of volatility. The only ones that are actually getting wealthy in crypto anyway are the ones that have learned to just hold for a long period of time, and it requires a tremendous amount of discipline and patience to do that.
Go ahead, Hex your life.
Yo. All right. My question is, for all of the NFTs, the ERC-271s, are those getting copied over to the PulseChain too? For example, an Apex stake on our Apex mint from Zen as NFT.
Yeah, I mean, all ERC 721s are getting get copied. Now, if they have any value is going to be the tough thing to understand, but yeah, you'll get a copy of it.
Okay, so that means all the mints and all the wallets from the Zen ecosystem would get copied over because it's on Ethereum, and it'll be copied over to PulseChain. I'm just wondering if Zen's going to start off at where it is on Ethereum, or if it's going to reset and be fresh when it's on the PulseChain.
No, whatever the block height is, whatever exists on Ethereum network, whatever happens is whatever has been done. So it can be same for any token on the blockchain, any like say for the payout or not payout, let's say for the T-share rate, all that's going to be the same for Hex. Everything's going to be done at that height, and then the community has to come in and provide liquidity and that kind of stuff to bring value for it.
Okay, so the T-share rate's all going to be the same, and then it sounds like the Zen rate will be the same too. Zen's going to make PulseChain deflationary even more, so I'm super hyped on that. Yeah, thanks for answering the question. It was about the NFT copying.
For sure, my friend. Go ahead, Hard Army. And if y'all got questions or if y'all want to speak, throw your hand up. We'll get you up here to speak.
Yeah, for sure. I would like to ask the permission if I can pin up a tweet here for a tool that I built that is that Hard Army built. Is a free tool for viewing NFTs on PulseChain before on the testnet. That will be also live when the mainnet comes. So if you have any NFTs right now on the testnet, you can visualize it there. Just view only. So if I may.
Go for it.
Thank you, buddy.
All right, Jay Serena, go ahead. You're up, my friend.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's good to see and listen to hear all the news that you're giving us and sharing here. Everybody talking, it's been awesome. Thanks so much for sharing. I just have a question about the liquidity pools. Do you guys know, or has there been any mention of what pairs are going to go up? I mean, I don't really know too much. I would assume maybe Hex and Pulse, or or Pulse and PulseX, or is there going to be a USDT pair? I'm just curious. Or USDC? Do you guys know any pools that are for sure going to be, or is it speculation? And then I have another question after that.
You're going to have bonding with all the major pairs. So you should expect to have like a pair of Pulse and PulseX, and Pulse to be bonded with Hex, and Hex to be bonded with PulseX, and all the other like major like assets. So you could definitely expect like major liquidity pairs, and also any community that has an asset that's trading on the network is definitely going to bond it to Pulse and PulseX, and also Hex.
Right, but I'm talking about like the initial liquidity that's going to be provided from Richard, because he's obviously have to put a fat chunk of liquidity in, no? Or is it
No, so it's not. Yeah, so what's going to happen is it's called the AMM bot, the automated market maker. What's going to happen is it's going to pull all the liquidity from all the pairs on Uniswap V2 and a couple other networks that have the swap function. And what will happen is it's going to then automatically distribute and reallocate everything to make it have some liquidity right away based on all the pairs. And that's going to happen before we even have it public. So it'll be there.
Oh, so any of the SAC addresses that we sacrifice to, that liquidity will just stay in those wallets. They won't get added to the pair. Like whenever I sacrificed my funds, right? They went to a wallet. That wallet has those funds. So that wallet will not be that wallet won't put up any of the liquidity into the initial pairs.
Correct. Yeah, what you have sacrificed will be your wallet, and yeah, unless you decide to put up liquidity, that will remain in your wallet. It will not automatically provide LP for you.
No. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying the wallet that has the funds that I sacrifice is a very big figure. I was wondering if any of the liquidity from that big figure in those sacrifice wallets will go into providing liquidity. That was the question, but you said no. So
let me just clarify. You're saying you're providing liquidity right now on Ethereum, just to get that clarified. Is that just to make sure I understand that part?
No. I was
asking, okay, go ahead.
No, I was just asking if the wallets that are holding the funds from all the millions of people who sacrifice those wallets, I was wondering if those wallets are going to provide liquidity to a pair on PulseChain, or PulseX.
I think I can answer that. Can I take a stab at it?
Go for it, my friend.
So the answer to your question is nobody in this room owns the keys to that wallet. So we have no idea what that wallet's going to do. If you want to provide liquidity on PulseChain, like I probably will, that's up to you to do that. We have no idea what that wallet's going to do. You can track it. It's public. We can look, but we don't know. We can assume, but we don't know.
Fair enough. That was kind of, thank you. I appreciate that answer. Last question is the RPC. Is he going to announce the new RPC, or is that like when it goes to mainnet? Are we going to have to look for that RPC?
Yeah, you can already find the RPC if you just go to a website called chainlist.org, for example. The mainnet RPC is going to be 369. It's going to have, all the stuff for the RPC address for the URL. You can find that information already at chainlist.org. You just can't connect to it right now because it's not live.
Does it say mainnet on it?
I haven't looked at this point. I would say no. Most likely it probably doesn't, but I can check, or you can check.
Chainlist, look for the PulseChain RPC 369. So I didn't know if I was going to have to scramble for the RPC if it was going to be listed. So if it's already there, then that's going to be cool. All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. You can kick me down.
Do we want to bring some more people up, Maddie? What's up?
Yeah, go for it. Let's just keep using the same system of people raising their hands, and people can ask questions or make a comment, and then move on to the next person.
And it does say, to answer the question back on that, it does say mainnet. So it says rpc.mainnet. whatever. So just to clarify that, I looked it up.
Has Richard or any of the devs actually claimed ownership or rogered up that that's actually what it's going to be? Or is that just speculation?
Speculation. I mean, it's just what's available out there. No one's actually verified to say this is in fact what it is. So yeah, until you hear it 100% from Richard Hart, yeah, definitely take it at face value.
And I would say, as far as like what's going to be paired to what after it's harvested, if anybody, you can pretty much go to any pair on Dex Screener, copy the contract address for the pair, paste it into Pulse Scanner, and it'll take you to the same exact swap contract on PulseChain. And then just go to the token
I can't
transactions.
hear if anybody's speaking, but it looks like more speakers are trying to connect.
Oh yeah, no, Nickelback was speaking right now.
Yeah, my bad. I was in a bad spot. Is it working now?
Yeah, we can hear you. I just don't think Maddie can hear you. But I mean, that's just Twitter Spaces for sure.
Oh,
but yeah, we can
no.
hear you.
Not Patty. Anyway, so I'll be quick. If you go to just about, pick your favorite pair. If you want to check and see what's happening with it, go to Dex Screener. Go to Dex Screener, grab the contract address, scroll down on the right-hand side, that information bar on the right, copy the contract address, paste that contract address into the PulseChain block explorer, and it'll take you to the exact copy of that same swap contract. Hit token transfers, and then scroll back until you see a big wide gap in the transactions. It'll say 3 months ago, and all of a sudden there'll be a transaction that goes from 3 months to like 21 or 22 days. If you expand that transaction and you see that it's basically all of the harvesting, all of the liquidity harvesting happened in this order. The bot drops one PLS, it'll show up as one WETH, but you'll see one WETH going into the pair, and then it accepts whatever the appropriate amount of tokens, token A, and then it immediately drops all of those token A back into the swap, and it gets out about like 0.991234, whatever. The difference there being however much it lost in fees. And then the next transaction right after that you'll see is the bot punching in the full quote unquote reprice amount. So it'll be, probably several thousand to several million PLS. Again, they're still dressing it up so it's still labeled as wrapped Ethereum. It's still labeled as WETH, but you'll see it punching in, a whole boatload of WETH in order to push the price up on that pair and quote unquote reprice it. So if you follow that transaction, you see which address it's going to, you'll find that all the harvested liquidity is put into a contract address. I'm assuming that it's a multi-sig vault, which is why that's one thing that changed from V3 to V4. V3 they use just a standard EOA, externally owned address, just like anybody else uses. But for V4, they ran everything through a contract address because it seems like in V4 they also made hundreds and hundreds of liquidity pairs. If you go to that contract address and then just start scrolling into the tokens that it's holding, you'll see that it's holding hundreds of LP, PulseX LP tokens. So, that's the quickest answer I can give to what's going to be paired to what. If you want to know if your exact favorite token is paired and going to be redeemable for any amount of Pulse, or if it's going to be available on PulseX, you kind of got to do the legwork of finding the swap you want to find on Dex Screener, pasting that contract in the Pulse Scanner, scrolling back until you find the gap from 3 months to about 22 days ago, and then trace backwards. I'm driving right now, so I don't have the contract address handy. But if you guys are still live, when I get some free time, I can paste that contract address that's holding all of the liquidity and the LP tokens.
Cool, I appreciate that for sure. And yeah, guys, again, if any of y'all want to, if y'all have questions, if y'all want to just come up and say thanks, or if you're just excited, or whatever the case may be, feel free to throw the hand up.
Yeah, and also thanks for holding space. Good to see everybody, all that stuff.
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
What's up, buddy?
Nothing, brother. I just wanted to address the guy that was bringing up, I can't remember who it was, asked a question about what are the top wallets going to do. And I just wanted to address like that in trading psychology. I'm a, I'm top 500, so I can only speak for myself of sacrificers, but I have no intention of wanting to sell earlier. I identify with some of the other hosts that were speaking about, you know, what would you rather have when you put your money to work like that? Do you want 10x, 50x, 100x? But the main point I wanted to drive home is because I see this, I've been trading stocks the last 15 years. This is the dopest community I've seen on crypto. And any big run we had in OTC or small caps started like this, which gets me just beyond pumped about this. But a common thing we see are those kind of concerns and questions about who's going to sell, who's the biggest with size that's going to sell. And there's multiple things I want to talk about with it. First of all, is that if the community and Pulse is going to be successful itself, it doesn't fucking matter who is going to sell and when they're going to sell. Some people will want a 2x, some people want a 500x. And we don't know their particular goals. And quite frankly, it doesn't matter whether it was a stock or a crypto or whatever. If it's going to succeed, it's going to succeed. It's just going to bring on new buyers at different levels. So the market will go where it needs to go, regardless of who's bombing out or who's not. And then back to the point about bigger money usually wanting bigger gains. Sure, that's valid. They're stable, usually financially. They don't need the money, most likely. If some of them do, it'll be a dip or a buying opportunity, or it might just floor out where they sell and just remain, you know, consolidating. It's not necessarily needs to be like a game over if somebody big sells. But I just feel like this, what's funny is this, in any big stock run we had, is always what's asked and addressed a lot. And I bet that will come up almost more than anything, whether NFTs are on it or whatnot. It'll be who's selling, where do you think the price is going to go? And yeah, I just feel like that we need to address that with people that aren't as savvy as far as being an investor or trading. And to know, you know, you learn real quick. We have a rule that's like, don't bomb out on the 30% red day. When a stock rips, you know, 100%, 200%, 300% over a week, a month, it's gonna have the 30% red day, whether it's, you know, market making algorithms jacking people's shares or just people selling. So I think we're gonna have to address that a lot. But I love what you guys are doing. I'm so fucking stoked. This is so rad, and I can't wait to just help pump this shit.
Some people might also find it shocking to realize that none of the addresses on the Block Explorer have anything like big red letters that say short-term holder or big green letters that say long-term holder. So it's kind of like, you know, what's going to happen is going to happen. It's not my address. It's not your address. We have no control over it. We just have to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the market is going to take where it goes. And, you know, that's the cool thing about projects like this. If it gets adopted, it doesn't matter. It's going to go, right? It might take longer. It might take less time than people imagine. But, you know, trying to decipher who's selling and when they're selling is pretty much, you know, a fool's errand. And it, like I said, it truly doesn't matter. It's going to be successful. It's going to be successful. You know, you can blame, you know, think about all the, whether it's stocks or crypto, the projects or stocks that have gone to shit. People always want to blame manipulation or something. No, it's shit. It didn't get adopted. It didn't get enough hype. It didn't get enough holders that bring up a floor after, you know, certain amount. And, you know, like I said, I mean, I can't speak for myself. I'm a top 500. I'm not one of those dudes, you know, that did $1 million plus, but I personally have no intention of selling. You know, I've waited 2 years. It's a decent chunk of money, and I'm not looking for a 5x or 10x. You know, I mean, that's good money, but I think most individuals in my circumstance or even higher probably feel the same way. But once again, you have no idea what those people, what their financial needs are or anything. But that's the whole point, is not to get caught up in that, because it doesn't matter. They will provide the liquidity. And if there's the buyers there, the supply and demand will work, and it'll get bought up regardless of how much they sell. So either way, I'm
You
stoked.
Absolutely.
you also don't
Yeah.
you also don't really want to be selling like a layer one native token like in the early days that's equivalent to selling ETH at its inception. How do you become wealthy in crypto? You buy a well-designed asset at the very beginning and you hold long term. So it's just foolishness to just get rid of your bags. But there are going to be some that maybe do, and that's just an opportunity for everyone else, a
Yeah,
redistribution.
totally, Wolverine. I think it was you that addressed something when that guy was asking his question, and it's like, you know, people that got into this, that at least put big money into it, even though they probably, like you said, if somebody, the top one did what, 47 or 37, I can't remember, but you know, you got to be a billionaire close to that, with 500 mil to a bill to put that kind of money into something that you're not sure of. Well, if it comes to fruition, you didn't put that money to risk. Those people didn't get there being an idiot. And usually it's because they saw something early and they want to be, you know, one of the people that's going to, you know, reap the benefit of holding for that long and seeing if it actually is adopted. You know, one last point I'll bring up is that people, you'll often in the rooms or on Twitter or wherever, you'll see people talk about, you know, because people waited so long, they'll actually need their money right away. And it couldn't be further from the truth. And I've just seen it trading for so many years that when a group of us or individuals waited for a year or two for a stock to finally move that we had been loading for whatever reason, they actually want way more X than they did because time value of money. So there might be some, you know, a group of people that just need the money for whatever reason, but it's the exact opposite. When people wait that long, their expectation for a return increases, you know, tenfold. So I mean, it's kind of a perfect storm what we got going. If it'll be funny if we all look back, you know, in a couple of years and see who made it.
Dude,
And if it
I
gets
couldn't
adopted,
agree
I
with
mean, it's
Silky
gone.
more. And not just Silky, he's an OG of stock trading, if y'all don't know. So
Thanks,
love
bro.
to hear that perspective come in here. I just want to say, honestly, seeing that tweet from Richard was like the weirdest synchronicity ever, because I was literally just on Spaces the other night, like grilling BitBoy, and then we brought up Hex somehow and just got his opinions on it, even though, you know, we all know his reputation and stuff. So to see that happen is honestly insane. And I can't wait. I've been in crypto myself a decade, and I have ton of Hex staked, even some that I put in for 10 years. So like you said, yeah, there's going to be selling pressure, but right now, honestly, like sometimes I really, really wonder how much of a genius Richard is, because I know he's trying to wait for the bottom of the market, stuff like that. But the gas fees on pretty much everything right now are outrageous. So if he does have a smooth launch, which I would expect after all the test nets that he's done, this could gain like some crazy traction right now. And that does happen, which I'm assuming it will. It'll bring in way more buying pressure than selling pressure, and especially if you're in this for the long term, which we are. If you're even in here, you are in the long term. Then it doesn't matter. Like it's going to perform. He's already proven with Hex. If you were in Hex and made money on Hex and staked it for PulseX, that he knows what he's talking about. He's a very intelligent individual. I don't throw my money around flippantly, especially in crypto. If you've been around for a long enough time, you know there's tons of scams out there, and most of the time, it's kind of easy to see through the veil. When you have someone that's so knowledgeable, it kind of stands out. So I say that to say this, that I can't wait for it to launch, and I really, really am excited to see that level of adoption, because it happens fast. Just look at what's happening with meme coins right now. It's also an indicator of, you know, the market topping out, local tops. When you have meme coins, when you have like meme companies, shit companies, whatever you want to call them, like that is usually a bad indication for the overall health of the market.
Chinese
Yeah,
biotechs.
exactly. You know, you got like SPACs
going every day.
ripping, you know, you got Bed Bath & Beyond ripping. So right now people are seeking for these crazy gains, and pretty much have written Richard Hart off as like a scammer at this point, you know, because he did the whole marketing campaign for so long. It was kind of got repetitive after a while, but like at the end of the day, all that matters is, can you ship and what you ship, is it solid? If the tech is solid, that's all that matters, dude. If the tokenomics are solid and you differentiate yourself from all of these other different cryptos that are really like just copies of copies of copies, and then you have a whole different blockchain where you're like integrating every single Ethereum coin that you're airdropping. I mean, it's an insane undertaking that he took, that I was like pretty astounded. I was like, this is gonna be crazy. I don't know how he's gonna do this, but if he does this and pulls this shit off, bro, I'm in this for the long run. And if you are sketched out, if you have any kind of like worries, you're probably over allocated. And when that happens, usually the best thing you can do is cover some of your cost at a certain percentage. So if you're whatever, we get 120%, you could literally sell half and then the rest is risk free. And then you have no emotional attachment. So if that is your case, that is something you could do. But for me personally, I don't even know how long I'm going to ride this for, but I'm excited. So yeah.
Yeah, it's a fluid situation. The timing sure is interesting, isn't it, bro? It's like
crazy. Like,
if you would if you would have talked to me a little bit ago, I'd have been like, man, if you talked to me 6 months ago, I was probably saying, fuck, should have launched it, Bitcoin was at 50.
Yeah, because like everyone kind of lost a little bit of faith because he was supposed to launch before ETH 2.0.
Well, the undertaking, like you just spoke of, it is actually, like you said, if he pulls it off.
It's never been done before, anything like this.
No. And now here we are with banking crises where, wow, all of a sudden the financial community is thinking, holy shit, am I going to want to progress my financial, wealth on something other than JP Morgan or whatever, Treasury bills? It doesn't matter.
Bank runs right now, regional banks.
Yeah. So I mean, that timing is interesting. Now all of a sudden went, holy shit, he pulls this off and the PulseChain gets adopted as something, as a functioning crypto ecosystem, right when the whole world looks like, wait a minute, what the fuck just happened to my money? In the banks, like it's actually funny. And, for a lot of people, and like Richard, I didn't know him for a long time. I learned of him 2 years ago when I invested in Pulse on the SAC, and like you start, these kind of individuals, you start going, man, are they just fucking lucky, or do they just have right timing? And I kind of feel like Richard's that guy. Hated by a lot.
He's got to be like a time traveler or something, bro. Because there's no way that you could time this. It's like the perfect storm.
That's what yeah, it's a perfect storm. And then just his bravado, how he carries himself. If you really know, ballers, and you're looking at people, how they do shit, that thing is an act based off marketing. He talks about it all the time, but like a marketing act to bring in that attention, which is genius, when you get past your own ego of going, oh, why does this guy have so much Gucci and Prada? Shut the fuck up, because he
understands also, like, that is what grabs people's attention these days, material possessions. So like he understands that, he's addressed that, but like, people started fudding it and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, you can recognize when someone's been in this space for so long, like I have. Real recognizes real. Like he knows, and he understands how markets work. Okay, that's very, very
I mean,
crucial.
if he was in a 7-piece suit, his hair slicked back, I'd be more scared. You know what I mean? Like 7-piece suit, sort of weird fucking gold jewelry that wasn't his stuff on. But yeah,
I'm not even gonna lie. Like I had some doubt for a little while, because I was like,
totally.
Honestly, like I was like, if he could just come out and say like, yeah, we're the devs aren't ready, we're still working on stuff, and some more specific things, instead of just like, we're working on it, push it back, that would give some reasonable doubt, like, oh, they're working on this certain protocol, and he has done some, but like overall it's been kind of like crickets. So it's kind of like, I mean,
I think it's because he's super confident.
He really is,
building,
and
right.
It's like, I don't see,
and he doesn't care, because he's going to show everyone
time to see. I mean, he's watching the markets, obviously, and he's seeing what's going on. And if you watch the markets at all and understand how the fractional reserve banking works, this is like some really crazy. This is unprecedented. Like the amount of regional banks and their capital that's fallen has already surpassed the 2008 financial crisis. We're past that, and it's not over yet. And
Yeah, no, he's playing 4D chess. I mean, that's the real benefit, and we all get to reap the rewards as well. So I do want to bring on anyone else real quick. If y'all have a question, I'd
no,
love
that was
y'all's
my
input.
piece.
So please stay on up. You know what I mean? I absolutely love the conversation.
I can hear you
But
guys
Adam's
again,
got
by
his
the
hand up
way.
for a little while, and I would love to hear what he's got to say.
My mic got fixed, so that's awesome. And I just pinned something.
Had his hand up so long, he gone. He gone.
I just pinned.
All right, there you are, Adam.
Something
Hey,
that says
can y'all hear Maddie?
Hexologist is doing a 24-hour live stream.
No, I cannot.
Okay, I just muted. Go ahead, Maddie. Some people can't hear you.
Yeah, no problem. So I was just saying that I can hear you guys again, and I just pinned something where Hexologist is looking for people to sign up for his 24-hour PulseChain mainnet launch stream. It links you to a Google Docs, and you can put your name in there. Do be advised that he is going to start the stream not on any particular day at 0 UTC time, but whenever PulseChain goes live, he says. So I put my name in there, and if you also want to be on camera and support Hexologist and his 24-hour PulseChain stream, go ahead and sign up there, and then be ready to sign up for my 48-hour live stream that'll be happening not when PulseChain launches, but it'll be happening with Hexpo Miami. That'll be next week.
Oh, we got to sign up for a slot?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. So I don't have to be on it. Perfect.
Cool. All right, keep it going with the great moderation and discussions that you guys have been having. I was listening on my computer because I didn't want to kill this space, and it turned out that I didn't have to in order to get the bug worked out. So
I think ATX got wrecked. He left the room. He'll be back. I'll pull him back up.
Cool.
Cool. Who was next? Adam? Is that right?
Yeah, thanks. I just like to run a really simple high level scenario strategy by those on stage, especially those experienced, just to kind of validate I'm kind of in the right place. I'm definitely not at the level as a lot of others are with strategy, but I just want to make sure like I'm playing the safe. Is that okay? Hello?
Go for it.
Okay, cool. So my strategy is on launch day. Right now, it was I had PulseX sacrificed in MetaMask. Unfortunately, I wasn't in Ledger World by then. So when that comes back, my first move is to move a little bit over to Ledger, make sure we're looking good. Full looks good. I'll move it all over to Ledger. Once I'm there, my goal is to see what's going on with the p-hex that hopefully I have, based on my hex. And my strategy is I really want to pick up PulseChain because I didn't make that sacrifice. I'm not touching my PulseX. I don't really know exactly how much PX I want to use for Pulse, but I definitely want to bag up on Pulse because, great opportunity. Bridge is still closed. Once the bridge opens, I believe I was told 24 to 48 hours. That seems to be the guess. If I'm understanding that correctly, that basically says now we're open to the world. Now everything has an actual value, a fiat value, so to speak, to it. And now you can start to get, you could start to bridge over ETH to Pulse and get in the world like everybody else can. And then from that point forward, I'm just going to really hold my PulseX and Pulse at least 2 years. That's my idea, my strategy. Am I understanding that correctly? Did I miss anything? And do you see any flaws in that I should be aware of?
That sounds like a good plan.
Yeah, man, you got to do you. We really can't tell you one way or the other.
Yeah, just more from a safety standpoint. Is there something like, make sure you do this or don't do that? But I get the whole subjective strategy thing.
Like, if you're wanting to take it a step further, what you can do is, and you may already be doing this, but just for the people who don't know, some people have gotten hacked because when they went to copy the address that they're sending to, there was a bug on their computer where it put in the hacker's address instead of your address. And so it's really common in cryptocurrency, whenever we're doing any kind of send, to be looking at the address that you're wanting to send to, and to look at the first 4 numbers and letters and the last 4, and to make sure that what you're pasting in to the send field is what you think you're pasting in. And so that's a way that you can protect yourself. People also like to do test transactions to make sure that you didn't, fat finger your keyboard and you added, a different letter at the end, and now it's going to a different private key that you don't control. So just, normal crypto stuff. Some people, there have been a lot of times where I would break up my transactions. If I'm moving a lot of money, I'm going to break it up into chunks and just send one at a time and make sure it confirms, make sure it gets there, that sort of thing.
Hey, we got a lot of requests down there, and I can't bring anybody up. The my request buttons are wrecked, and I'm trying to add people, and it looks like it's not going through.
Yo, you could drop me down.
Well, I can't pull anybody up. Maddie, can you pull?
How do I drop down?
I'll drop you down.
Probably need a third co-host.
Yeah. Can you make ATX co-host again?
ATX is back.
Yeah.
Another additional strategy to consider, if you hold Pulse and PulseX and you're planning on holding that for a long period of time, you could take your Pulse and PulseX and add liquidity to that pair and get an LP token, and then take the LP token and stake it to earn an incentive token, so that you're earning yield on your assets like while you're waiting. So you get return on investment on your on Pulse and PulseX, but you also earn the incentive token and get return on investment on that as well.
I keep hearing a danger zone that's potential. You can lose. Is that in that mode? Can you potentially lose? Or am I not understanding that correctly?
Well, it seemed like you were really defensive of your PulseX bag. I would say peel off a few percent to swap for Pulse, just in case you're wrong and Pulse does, extremely better than PulseX, just in case. But that's up to you. But if you're really defensive of your PulseX bag, then yeah, if you LP with your entire bag, Pulse and PulseX, then you may, a price run could completely sell you out of PulseX and into Pulse, or vice versa.
Yeah, the key take home message with that is you just have to be willing to, if you are going to provide liquidity like that, you have to be willing for your position to be swapped into either asset where you don't really care because you believe in both assets.
And what's the number one rule of LP? Never ape your whole bag.
Thanks, guys. That really helps. Maybe I'll play with like 10, 20% or something like that. But that's great. Thanks.
Yeah, guys, also another part of the strategy is never forget that in hex terms, if the hex price on PulseChain is inferior, you can also planify your hex, your stairs, and then, proceed for your future, as it's going to be less costly in fees terms.
What's up, Magic? Get your hand up.
Thanks for bringing me up, ATX. Just wanted to touch base with Adam because he was talking about his security, and there was one word that I didn't really hear him mention. Have you migrated your MetaMask already?
Hello?
So it's not a soft wallet now anymore?
Can you guys hear me?
Hang on a minute, buddy. Adam? 'Cause it didn't sound like he'd migrated his MetaMask. You should be doing that like right now, not waiting for PulseChain and then sending from a MetaMask to a ledger. He should migrate so he's no longer a hot wallet. So at least he's a little bit more protected now than he was, firstly. And just a bit of an update on the whole, like read the first 4 or 5 characters and the last 4 or 5 characters. That no longer works. The hackers have got smarter. They now emulate the first 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 characters, and the last 6 or 7 or 8 characters, you actually have to read the whole lot now.
Just a quick side note to add to that, like never store money in a hot wallet. It's just a great way to lose all your money. So please take the time, whether you use a ledger or a Trezor.
All good words of wise wisdom right there. But Steven, you are up next, my friend.
Oh, I was hoping you would say my name tonight. Boys and girls, this has been a long time waiting. Crypto was in my life in 21. Found Richard Hart, became a quick believer because he doesn't mince words. He says it like it is, and he calls people out. Born again Hexakin on day 545 when I started my first stake, and have been pumped ever since. So super excited about everything that's going on. Was able to onboard about a dozen other people on Pulse and PulseX. Basically, I just sent them to Richard. They listen to him. They listen to me, and they're all waiting to see what's going to happen. Been waiting since March of 21. It seems like it's been forever, but when you are going for a good thing, it's worth the wait. It's worth the wait. So just wanted to hop on here and just send out some love and some encouragement. And man, it's just so great to be a part of a community that's not only strong, but super welcoming. So great job to all you OGs for keeping that spirit alive in this community. And I can't wait. And something I love to say is that the best is yet to come. Let's go.
Facts on facts right there, my friend. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you tuning in. And appreciate you sharing the good word with your friends.
Just to follow up with Adam, if you haven't migrated, Papa Boner and myself have made the migration videos for Ledger and Trezor. So you can either find them through Magic Carpet Ride's YouTube or our website, Gitbook. So check them out and make yourself secure.
Appreciate that. So, guys, if I remove you as a requested speaker, I'm sending you an invite to join because it's not letting me just click join or add. So if I remove you as a requested speaker, it is on purpose, and I'm sending you an invite to come join the speak. So just wait for the invite and don't request again. You'll get an invite whenever I do that. GU, I believe you're up next. Then we have Ryan, then Block. So go ahead, GU.
What's up, everybody? So my question has to deal with kind of with tax, and I know that tax is kind of complicated with crypto. So we all know that when PulseChain releases, those tokens have no value. So basically, we're not being taxed. So again, I'm not very comfortable with tax events, but from what I'm speculating is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm speculating that. So let's say when Liquid Loan or the Earn Protocol launches, and then you lock up your PLS or PLSX, and then you take out those loans, right? For like those stable coins. So in a way, you're not really selling. So then that shouldn't be a taxable event, right? Because you're just taking stable coins. You're taking a debt, and you're also getting you're getting charged interest on top of that. And since you're not selling, is that a taxable event? Can somebody?
Every nation and state is different, so you definitely have to find out where you live and talk to your own financial advisor in that regard, whoever your tax advisor is, because every country has different laws. So we can't speak on a broad spectrum and just say it's not a taxable event.
Okay, thank you.
Of course, of course. I'm sorry, Ryan. I believe you are up next, my friend.
Hey, thank you. I just had a quick question about PHEX stakes. I'm curious about right now I go to go.hex.com. Is there a particular website set up to get all your PHEX staked that's already staked?
Go to app.icosa.pro, and there you can mint your Hedron, and you can also end your stakes as well. And it's already it works for Ethereum as well as PulseChain testnet.
And that's for Mainnet. That's for the PHEX.
That's correct.
Okay, interesting. I didn't know that. I appreciate it. That's really all I had. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Of course, thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Block.
Yeah, so my thoughts were also on the PHEX game theory, because I'm personally looking forward to being able to create a shorter ladder than I was able to do on Ethereum due to the gas cost, and also it's going to be a big functionality to onboard people into Hex, considering the cheaper fees, but also the APR is proportional to the number of participants in the system. So do you guys think that the APR on PHEX is going to come lower as we get more people into the system?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a possibility for sure. The more people that onboard, the more people at stake, the lower the percentage is. It can go down all the way to 3.69. But that's where the beauty of the OA comes in that a lot of people forget, is the fact that the OA typically doesn't have any stakes. And so if 90% of the OA is, or 90% of the coins are held by the OA, then it leaves the average at max 10%, which puts the average around 38% APY. So that's a beautiful part. But that is slowly getting diluted as stakers go and as the OA does not stake. So yeah, 100%.
Awesome.
Just a slight correction. The OA is actually Poseidon in the Hex network. Like the top whale addresses or belong to the OA. Just a side note there.
Yeah. There's a couple of addresses that do stake, but I would say the majority is not staked. If you want to go that route. But yeah, I'm 100% agreement. But yeah, if there's a massive portion of the supply that's not staked, it leaves a good portion for the remainder to be staked, and that leaves it around 10-12%. So even if you're getting an average of 20, 25, 30, 35, 38% APY, that's good stuff. And that's based in hex value, not in dollar value. So just to clarify. Danny, what's up, my friend?
All right, well, thanks. So I was listening to the whole discussion, which is super interesting here, about the timing of the launch. And I think it makes sense not only when you think about the timing, but what we've been going through to get to the point we're at right now. And then you layer the timing on. So what have we been going through? I can't verify this, but I've heard through some back channels that Richard might be spending up to $250,000 a week on devs that were doing the programming, which is going to lead to this amazing chain. And so in that sense, if I were Richard, nobody in the world would want to release more than me, but at the same time, I want to get it right. So we got that going for us. Now, on top of the fact that we might have, technologically speaking, nobody knows yet, but we think we might have the best possible layer one ever released. Now you start to look at the news, and the news is all about the banking crisis, and the banking crisis tends to affect Bitcoin positively, which of course means the alts get affected positively. So we have never been in a better time. We've never been staring down a couple hundred bank failures. I don't really think that's going to happen. The fact that it's discussed right now, and we are going to enter the market right at that point. Okay. Add to the cacophony the fact that Bitcoin seems to be in a boatload of hurt, and that's beautiful. And now, finally, Ethereum has been kind enough to push their fees through the frickin' roof at the moment that it looks like we are going to launch. Now, never in crypto history that I'm aware of have all these types of things come together at the same time. So if somebody's thinking, what should I trade into? I would suspect that you should be not trading in and out of positions. If you that's all you can do, I understand, but you should have a holder's mindset, because this is very much like being an early Bitcoin or Ethereum, probably more like being an Ethereum investor when that stuff came out at 30 cents. So again, it's been said before, but because of these other factors, who cares? DCA in over time. I don't care if you end up spending $5. Now, on top of all that, I am a member of several groups that do trade. I'm not a trader, but I like to hear what's on their mind. And interestingly enough, as we've been meeting over here, there's a separate group with no alliance to Hex, but one of their leaders just said, I don't own any Hex either. I think PLS and PLSX will outperform Hex after launch, and Hex will find its baseline. Hex is going to be tricky, as you will get a copy of it doubling its position, but okay, what price will do, and many other things, and big whales, etc., are a guess at best. So the traders are all excited about PLS and PLSX. All the more reason to just buy this stuff and hold. That's all I got to say.
Hey guys, just going back to protecting your wallet, what we were talking about a little while back. Me and pretty much everyone I know recently has connected our MetaMask wallets to a ledger, and obviously to migrate it over for second layer of protection, and so obviously it's protecting in a cold wallet. But when we migrated the wallet over, every time, everyone that's done it, the same thing happens. It creates a new MetaMask address, which is actually connected to the ledger, and the address that you're using originally, that you did the sacrifice from, is still separate to it. And we've tested, withdrawing from that address, and it doesn't prompt the ledger to for that second layer of security for you to put your PIN in. It only does that from the new address it's created when you migrate. So can anyone help there?
You want to take that, Magic, or Gunther?
Sorry, I was a little tied up. Did you say it wasn't asking you to sign from the ledger?
Yeah, so when we created, when we migrated the MetaMask over to the ledger, what it does every time is it automatically creates a new address, and that address
Let's just stop there for a second.
Yeah.
If you migrate, you're migrating the same address, so that part is wrong if it's creating a new address.
Okay.
So when you migrate, just to be clear, and we've got videos on this, you're taking the seeds that you generated from MetaMask and you're inputting them into the hardware device.
Yeah.
And that will migrate that address or any addresses on that seed to the hardware device, not a different address.
Okay. Yeah.
So that is the first thing that may be going wrong.
So
After
what
you've
about the
done that,
public address? Would it be? Does it create a new public address?
That's the address I'm talking about, sir. When you put the seeds, when you migrate the seeds, as in physically take the seeds that you were generated on, say, MetaMask, and you input them into the hardware device directly, the public address that you've now migrated that public address and any other public address attached to that seed. So if you've got a different address, you haven't done the migration properly. That's the first step you have to get, okay? I'm going to put the video in the top here for the ledger and Trezor in a minute. I'll go find them and put them back in here because they're very clear and easy to understand. Papa Boner and I did them. Then the next step, once you have migrated successfully, you need to go and remove that instance of MetaMask and put a new one in, right? To wipe over the old seeds. If you don't do that, you've still got the seeds in two places and you won't need the ledger to sign. It'll just let you sign from the soft wallet. Okay.
Okay, so you've got to,
I'm
destroy the
make sure
seeds
you've
on
got no
MetaMask.
assets. Yeah, as long as you've got the seeds, you won't lose anything. And then make sure, you put a new instance of you remove that instance of MetaMask, and you put a new instance, and you just create. By default, you have to create a wallet. That's called the dummy wallet, account one. You're never going to use it, and then you're actually going to connect the hardware wallet, and that'll have the address that you're wanting to use. I'm gonna put a link to the videos in here because they're 45 minutes long. They're very detailed, and they'll help you from start to finish.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
You're welcome.
I'll see if I could add slightly to that as well. Bottom line is you don't want to have any real money in a software in MetaMask, right? You want your money to be in addresses that are connected to your Ledger device. Let's just use Ledger as an example so that it's easy for people to understand. So if you have any money that's sitting in your MetaMask wallet right now and it's not connected to any hardware wallet, then simply take the seed words from MetaMask, import them into your Ledger device, connect your hardware wallet, and then transfer the. What you're gonna do is transfer any money out of that hot wallet into that device, right? And then you just create a new MetaMask with just a fresh set of seed words. It doesn't matter because you never actually want to store any money with like in MetaMask where the seed words were generated online. You want them to be generated offline. But in this case, you've already created the seed words, right? So you can't go back from that. So it's more just like you just never want to like actually type your seed words into a computer. And the way you can prevent that is by putting them into your hardware device and using that device. Now, once you connect your hardware wallet, you could actually add an infinite number of ETH addresses. So like say maybe you only had one or two addresses that held money. Well, you could add 10 addresses or 100 or 500 or whatever, but it'll all be tied to that same set of seed words.
Okay, thank you.
Just give me a minute. I'm going to populate some new tweets and then I'll put them in the nest here for the migrations. So the
Papa B
migrations
is
are only
also trying to join. Sorry about that, Magic.
Migration is only, as Wolverine said, it's only if you've got sacrifice funds or stakes which are locked, then you can't move them. If you've got everything liquid, you can simply just send them to a seed that you've generated on a ledger.
It was more so for the sacrifice,
Right.
not funds actually on the MetaMask wallet.
So I'll give you the migration videos. Once it's migrated, once PulseChain drops, then I would suggest moving those funds to a hardware wallet, with a wallet that the seeds were generated offline and never online.
Brilliant. Thanks.
Just give me a minute or two. I'm doing the tweets now, and then I'll post them in here.
Yeah, I just got the ability to speak. So Ty, thanks a lot for providing that video. Yeah, if somebody joins the chat and is all over the ice in terms of security and they're going to be coming in like this gentleman with way too much information, nomenclature is not matching up with the standard, just simply refer them to the video. We put in a lot of effort to get this concise, and it's battle tested from the Twitter spaces and the Telegram chat to make it streamlined and easy to get these people figured out without clogging up the chat with security talk, because a lot of people just don't have the patience anymore, and we want people to get the knowledge immediately.
Thank you, Papa. Appreciate it.
We are the smartest community, the most, vigilant, diligent community when it comes to security now. Let's just pass that on to the new people that have not, for whatever reason, come out of mothballs until now and figured out that they need a hardware wallet in effect.
All right, I've just put the Ledger one in there, and I'm now going to create the Trezor one and post that as well.
A lot of people poo-pooed on the proof of work forks, but I'm telling you, it was like paying a few $1,000 for like PulseChain boot camp.
Right on. And testnet as well, by that token. Who hasn't touched testnet and comes out of mothballs and hears, oh, we're launching now? Wow, what's a testnet?
Papa, you would not believe the amount of questions I've been hit up with today in Telegram, where people are now freaking out that PulseChain is imminent, and they've had all this time through the bear market to get sorted, and they're just come out of the woodwork today pleading for help. I'm gobsmacked.
I've got my look, I haven't slept yet, and my DMs are just, I've got like 20 something DMs already, the same thing. Well, luckily we made the video and we can point them there, and we have resources that are published on websites now. We're a lot more prepared than we were for the sacrifice, right?
Yeah.
I just want to take a moment to thank you guys for all the work that you put into this ecosystem, because it isn't without you guys that we would have the community that we do.
You can feel free to forward some light work to me. Just make sure it's my account you're sending it to.
Oh, believe me, we're gonna lean on you heavily, Bob.
I've seen you. You're not too fat.
Bob, can you send us your 1-800 number? We'd love to use it.
1-800 Bob Unwrecked.
All right, they're both in the nest now. There's a Trezor one and a Ledger one migration videos. They're very easy to follow. Share them and please use them wisely.
Maddie, you still there? You good?
So you guys are telling me I have to secure my crypto and I get a free copy on PulseChain? Wow.
For you, you have to buckle up and ride in an airbag, a double airbag car, actually, as well.
Yeah, well, that works.
No injuries to report yet, Maddie?
So, funny story. There's actually, this kind of demonstrates the amazing human resources that we have in our community. But there's a physician that reached out to me who I've known through the longevity space, but is also just a viewer of Hex content. And this person gave me a lead that I'm following up on to get some stem cell treatment that should help to heal my collarbone so that I'll have a full recovery. So looking forward to finding out more about that tomorrow, actually.
I can do the same thing. Just give me your private keys.
You tell me better than that. Or I guess if it's time pays me, I could give you the first set of private keys, but not the second.
Curses.
So I wasn't looking at the price of Hex much during this Twitter Spaces. I also don't know how long it's been going, but I can tell you that somebody was reporting that the price of Hex apparently went up 51% from the time Richard had tweeted, and now I think it's come back down to about where it started. So that's kind of interesting.
You guys just all need to listen to Motley the Investor and just dump all your EHEX as soon as the fork happens. That way I can have it all.
When the space first started in the first hour, we had Gamma DevOps come in and clear up some misconceptions. And speak for Richard, he is able to speak if there's some sort of technical understanding that we can have that could be deduced. And so I did find it particularly interesting that he indicated I was right, that there will be a gap between the trading activity on Ethereum and what shows up on PulseChain. We don't know how long that period will be, but there's a moment where the fork happens, but then we don't know about it publicly. And then whatever transactions happened during that period where PulseChain was coming online, those will not be copied over, basically.
Yep,
So
I've been
period,
agreeing with you.
Yeah.
I've been agreeing with you. I just didn't know it. I've said for a while that there's got to be at least a week of like warm up period from the fork to the release.
So that's relevant information, I guess. And I really appreciate you all putting these videos together to help people understand their security posture and to improve it there. I would encourage everybody to go watch those videos that they've pinned up there.
We also created bridge videos because people have never used PulseRamp for people just to learn how to go one way, the other way, or a full round trip. So yeah, there is resources there from a lot of great content providers here, including Matty, ATX. Yeah, there's lots of them, too many to mention. So the resources are there, guys. Just either reach out and ask for them, and we can direct you. They're pretty easy to find.
Yes, as a person who's spent years of my life on the phone repeating myself, helping customers with the same problem over and over, leverage your documentation. I know it's always a temptation to stay on the phone and guide them through every single step, but if you can, point people at a resource so that they can smarten themselves, so they can be invested in their own future instead of having to hold their hand the entire time. And then let them come back with a question. And with that, I got to go. I'll see y'all later.
Peace out.
If you don't mind, Matty, I'll repost the bridge video as well and put it in the nest for people who aren't sure.
Please. What's up, Gary Funding Jim?
So it's a good point. I think it was Nickelback that was saying it, or Bob the Guy, was it is part of our nature to try and help people, handhold people through these processes based on our understanding and our digestion of our information, or assimilating bits from other people's content into some narrative that we tell someone by person. I think it's good in general to be the voice of comfort, but not necessarily the voice of reference. So the fellow was saying earlier about leverage your documentation. It can become a game of, what is that called, telephone? You hear it from one person, you pass the message, and you don't realize that there's been some change or nuance, but it gets passed along the system. And so, several hands down the road, the message is altogether different, especially with something as crucial to someone's well-being, which might be their financial situation. So if you can, that's why when people do ask me security questions, they ask me about safety, security, things like that. The first things I do point toward is Papa's content, or that Matty created a product that had a ability to effectively protect, through his Time Pays Me product. So if I can, I try to point to a reference. If Richard has it, great. And I point it to a Richard thing, like how to get a MetaMask address. Although a lot of people have great walkthroughs about MetaMask, I still point toward the 3-minute thing that he did 4 years ago. And the same sort of thing, if you have some level of expertise, it's great that you can tell someone walk them through in person, and maybe even a group. Like I know Motley and I used to several years ago walk people through, right? And it becomes a time sink. And it is better, I think, to sit down and draw it out so that you're replicating identically, or you're pointing to a reference if you think some nuance needs to be in there, or if you find great value in the production someone else has posted and you find it to be accurate and validated by the community as well, point to that source. Like handhold, sure, emotionally, comfort, security, like, that you're there while they walk this learning curve. But it is always better to go to a source reference, just because it limits how much of the migration, or what is it called, like margin of error, right, that people will have through reproducing it in telephone game. Also, I wanted to highlight the nuance of the wording as Richard said it, which was posted, I think, that says, where is it at? On his tweet, it says, the PulseX and PulseChain mainnet are estimated to launch publicly in less than 7 days. I think that probably you guys have already covered the word publicly.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah, that's an odd syntax, and it's a specific word, and you can read into it or you don't have to. But to say publicly versus just leaving it at mainnet launches in under 7 days, I think that there's nuance to that wording.
100%, and he's definitely talking about the bridge opening, so I think we'd probably see it in the next day or so, in my opinion. But maybe even tonight, who knows? But I was just about to actually raise my hand and say that the word publicly is pretty suspect there. So,
well, there's been different things, and they might have tooled it down, but it used to take 7 days. I think Gamma DevOps and others had highlighted that for pricing on PulseX to show on the info and see what has happened or where prices are at least to give it a dollar sign, that it was requiring before like 7 days to average and give you some of those details. So there's a lot of blank fields until maybe V3 or maybe V4 had existed for 7 days. And I think that I've heard, at least from K4K, on one of his tweet responses to my same question, was that they had reduced the amount of time that would be required. And I don't know the details, but they had reduced it. And I don't know if that's part of why Richard would use the word publicly, because to go in excitement when there's pre-bridge and it is only ratio trading, still you need some reference points. And I think that some of the reference points might be the TDI, the TUSDC, the T whatever stable coins, because it might be the reference. It might not be the reference at all. It just might be the perception of what is a PLS as the base in a ratio trade for everything else. Who knows? Like that's going to be sorted out in our conversations. But to have that feed of data, maybe that's part of the reason why to say the word publicly in his tweet. I'm not sure.
So you're offering a hypothesis that Richard has offered the range of go live. It's not it because, and you're also one-upping that and saying that the bridge could be opened within that range as well. Is that correct?
I don't know about the bridge to Ethereum as far as the ramp. I think that he had, or someone had posted a message across the ramp saying when this is no longer here, then it's live. I don't know if that's the reference for the bridge. I know that I want to have confidence for tax reasons that, here is where you have this thing that is considered free because there's no access, no path, there's no way to have fair market value assessed by any authority. So I want that clear. I don't want ambiguity around that. So the ramp thing, the Pulse ramp thing, and the engagement with the other blockchain, I don't want it to exist, whether it's by Richard's team or other people. I don't want anybody to create a ramp. just so they can trade something. So I want that very, very clear. But outside of that, I have heard that it required, before Gamma DevOps and others have said, I think even Brett Tepp had responded to one of my tweets and said the same thing, that it used to take 7 days for the averaging to give that information to the DEX so that people that were using the DEX could see it. And K4K at least had responded later, like maybe a week or so later, and said that they had reduced the amount of time from 7 days to less. He didn't say how many, but he said less. That's what I remember. So I think it's unclear if the fork exists now or it doesn't. And I don't know that that would ever be cleared up until, hindsight, once everybody's on the mainnet itself.
Gary, I have a talent. I'm actually able to tell what people are eating on stream. And from you, I'm getting a leftover half of a sandwich and a pickle. Is that correct?
You almost nailed it. Very close. It was a ham croissant. You're correct. Your talent is on point. No pickle.
I'm telling you, I heard the crisping of the croissant bread in your mouth, and it was just, yeah, it was definitely a sandwich.
You have a talented ear.
But not so much the pickle, huh? Maybe that'll come later.
Well, I am right now looking for an all-night store to find pickles. I don't know where I'd find pickles, but that sounds very delicious.
Hey, folks, would this be a good time to ask a question?
Go for it.
Thanks. I'm a pretty noob to crypto, and I did get the opportunity to SAC for PulseX, so that's cool. I have a question though about when the mainnet is announced. Do we go to PulseChain.com to get all the parameters, the RPC URL and chain ID and all that stuff, or is there somewhere else we're going to be needing to get that information?
PulseChain.com. Yeah, that's a good place to go.
Yeah, same place that the testnet stuff's all been posted.
Yes.
Perfect. And I guess another question I have, when we talk about the ramps and bridges between Ethereum and PulseChain, I've always heard that there's a security risk with bridges. I wonder if anybody could comment on that and with the bridge that we're going to have.
Yeah, I think there's still risk with the bridge, but yeah, I mean, doing cross-chain swaps, how's that? That's kind of just admitting that you can't come back and get what you put in there. So I think at the end of the day, it depends on how you think of what a bridge is, whether it's something you can come back and get what you put in or not.
All right,
I'd like to cover.
And I think yeah, there's there have been bridge hacks before, and I don't know that has been completely fixed, but I think that Richard is more likely to do it in a way that would make the most sense for the technology that we have now.
So, interesting thing to consider, ruminate over, but not have expectations of, is the largest, let's say, sacrificer with the most coins is undeniably the OA. And on both products being launched, PulseChain and PulseX. And it is interesting to remember that the first time that I heard cryptocurrency value is really only social consensus We have references, which might be code. Here is a page like Etherscan that shows you blockchain transactions. You can have all of these things to give comfort in math. However, at the end of the day, these are all social consensus. Danny, your mic's on. And then it's interesting because there was a DAO hack to Ethereum, and social consensus, if you want to call it, remedied it. It did, because it went to a hard fork that separated Classic, which became Ethereum Classic, and later the Ethereum that we call the one that Vitalik supported. That was basically social consensus saying this is the value, and the community as a majority is going over here. Now we have an OA that has had behavior that was reinforcing value for participants. And if there was a development problem that was from the actions of the developers and by proxy Richard, or by proxy the greatest economic weight in the system, which may be the OA, I feel actually more confident that a majority holder could effectively remedy a code problem because of social consensus to remedy. So not to say that it ever would happen, it just seems the most predictable path to happen. If there was a ramp issue, airdropping at least the PLS or PLSX to make the community whole might be an option. Or if there were things that threatened the economic value of PLS, then again, the onus is on the developers and the basically the innovator pool, right? The ones that can actually access the code and propose at least forks and be probably the loudest voice in a room of people happy or sad over code. So it's interesting that is, to me, a option, because Richard said that about Hex. He said if ever the L1 of Ethereum is hostile or challenge the product of Hex, then all it requires is really social consensus. And that means it would be airdropped or dropped in system state on a different EVM. That was an option talked about in 2019. So if it works in that scenario, it seems like, a major ramp, major issue that affects participants in a grand scale, that there's always that option, in my view.
I would second that. I would point to the fact that we just saw it happen with USD Circle. So, there was a point in time, if you guys remember, where the $3 billion was tied up with the bank, and Circle came out over the weekend before they knew for sure they would be getting reimbursed and said, well, you know what? We're big enough boys that we can handle this, and contractually we have to anyway, and we will. And I think that pretty much kept USDC's reputation above board. And if you look at it, USDC, of course, well, they're owned by BlackRock, I believe, and Fidelity. So those are $1 trillion players. They can afford to keep their stuff looking good.
What other questions do people have? Unless I can't hear somebody.
I was tweeting. I can hear people. I'm just I'm busy doing something. Has this gone to a quiet room? I'm gonna step out again. But it's
Oh,
I'm really,
hello, hello. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
yes.
Oh, hello, everyone. I just have a simple question. I guess I'm really confused about what you're talking about. I mean, you're talking about, is it like a token that's going to be launched, or you already have the token that's already in that already in the blockchain, or is this the kind of token that someone can go in on the day of the launch and get a contract address to be able to actually go to Uniswap to swap it, or something else? I'm confused, so please forgive me.
PulseChain is a copy of Ethereum. We're launching an entire network. It copies the exact system state of Ethereum byte for byte at a specific block height, and so you'll be able to trade basically anything that exists on Ethereum will exist also on PulseChain, and the launch is imminent.
Okay, so how do one buy the token? Do you have the contract out already, or how do I get involved, and how do I buy the tokens?
At this point in time, since you are not part of the set of people that gave up money in the early days to get Pulse and PulseX, you simply just wait for the network to launch, and then you can participate that way. You could buy assets now on Ethereum, and you might get a copy on PulseChain. It's unknown because nobody knows the exact block on when the network will be hard forked.
Okay, so how do I do that? How do I go now to buy it? Did you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. You could, for example, let's say you wanted to buy Hex. You could simply head over to Uniswap or CowSwap, and you could swap any token, let's say USDC or ETH, for Hex, and then you just hold that in your wallet. And then when PulseChain launches, if the hard fork has not occurred already, then you would get a copy of that Hex. We don't know if that's happened. Secondly, you could also just wait for it to launch. Go to PulseChain.com for more information. And any of us here, you could follow any of us on Twitter, and we can help you through the process.
Okay, I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Tony, you have your hand up.
Yo, testing. You guys hear me? Great.
Yes.
Maybe someone can answer this. What URL is going to be for the new Hex staking? What's the new Hex on PulseChain? Like, because right now we got hex.com you can click on for the mining, right? What is the new URL for staking on PulseChain for Hex?
It'll be the same. It'll just be go.hex.
Oh, really? Same exact one? Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Cool.
No
problem. To add to that, we mentioned this earlier. If you want to end like any current like native Hex stakes, you could do so at app.icosa.pro. You could mint your Hedron there against your legacy Hex stakes, and you could also end your Hex stakes there as well. And it's already working.
All right, perfect. Yeah, it's crazy because I got my stake ending in 4 days. It's like kind of like good timing.
Tony, why don't you try it out on test right now? You can do so immediately and do a dry run. You can end your stake that's coming out. You can even EES it without any penalty because it's on testnet. Why don't you try that right now?
Okay, I'll try that. Awesome, thank you.
Yep, just enter in the RPCs into Telegram. Into Telegram. Put your custom RPCs into MetaMask. V4 is available. V3 is end of life, so V4. and then go to the interface on go.hex.com
Okay,
/stake.
cool.
Or as Wolverine just said, you could also do it on the ICOSA, interface.
Oh, that's
as well.
awesome. I didn't know that it connected to the hex.com site. Okay, cool.
Yep, better to get your chops now than
Awesome,
Mainnet,
awesome.
right?
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Cool. So let's get the last questions here before I get my beauty rest. But, because it looks like PulseChain is going through the process of launching. It doesn't look like we're gonna get access to our tokens here in the next few minutes. So I'm
Maddie,
probably
would
gonna
you
get some
say
rest tonight.
would you say that we're fully dilated and we've got crowning occurring, or where would you
That's
say
right.
we were launching? Okay,
Do you want to take some of this?
The water has broken. Okay, so Flawless, you have your hand up to ask your question. Go for it.
Oh, hey. I didn't really have a question. I just wanted to say 7 more pulses. Let's fucking go.
All right.
Also, you can watch my stream if you want to like blow your speakers up whenever it launches.
Perfect.
It's too
Nom
bad that we
nom.
don't have it's too bad that we don't know the block height, because then it'd be easy to tell people like, hey, you'll get a copy, or no, you won't get a copy.
Yeah.
That's a little bit unfortunate.
Agreed. Nom nom, you have your hand up.
And we're live. Sorry, I just had to say that, Maddie. I do have a question about on-ramping new money. Because USDC is not gonna have a value on PulseChain, right? Is there a way that we can on-ramp new money to PulseChain that's like pegged to $1?
We're not sure exactly what's going to exist, but that's going to be the number one question that people are going to be trying to figure out. It looks like ratio trading is going to happen for a day or two before Pulse Ramp, the bridge, goes live. So that'll be curious to see how that goes. And I think after that happens, and then after Pulse Ramp opens, then we'll know what the most liquid asset is to bridge in there.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I was just wondering. I didn't know if you guys talked about this earlier or not.
Yeah, it's a popular question. It'll also be really interesting to see how high the Ethereum gas fees spike up, because so far they've been really high just for people to trade meme coins. But if people are actually super excited about PulseChain and trying to move value over there from Ethereum, that could make gas fees even higher. So you might find kind of a problem there that'll be interesting to see. And of course, it'll illustrate to everybody who wants to be using Ethereum why they should be using PulseChain instead.
The gas too damn high.
Precisely.
Oh, okay. Can I ask you one more question?
Go for it.
Okay. I just bought the Hex. So is it gonna be my question is that getting will I get the PulseChain because I just got the Hex?
No, it doesn't work like that. You might get a copy of that hex depending on when on what the block height is, depending on when the network is forked. But we don't know that. We can't. Nobody in this room can guarantee that. If you do get a copy, then what you can do when Mainnet goes live, you could swap. You could hold the copy hex, or you could swap it for Pulse and or PulseX.
Okay. But at the time of the launch, we gonna be able to know get the contract address for the PulseX.
You could get the contract address now because there's a testnet that's live. So you could go around. You could go play around on testnet. If you go to PulseChain.com, it'll give you the settings that you need to input into MetaMask. And once you change the settings in MetaMask, that'll allow you to connect to the PulseChain testnet, and you can play around on that network.
Okay.
Furthermore, one more thing, ma'am. When you do, as Wolverine suggests, go into the testnet by going to PulseChain.com and understanding how to do that, you'll find that you already have some test pulse in the wallet that you just transacted from. The reason is you have some Ethereum in that wallet, right? You just did a swap, so that means that you have Ethereum, correct?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Okay, so for every Ethereum, you will have one test pulse. And that will coincide if you have that Ethereum prior to the snapshot date or the block height that Richard is going to select, then you will have awarded to you in that wallet on the other side one pulse for every ETH that you have. That's just to get you started, of course, right? That's just so you can transact. And I would recommend that you think very carefully about how you use that pulse to probably go and get some more pulse, or else you could get landlocked like you would on Ethereum if you run out of Ether.
Yeah. Oh my God, this is just.
And you can. Yeah, you're catching up on the day of the launch. We've been debating this and preparing for this for 2 years.
Yes. I just.
So we're happy to help you out where we can because we want everyone to get up to speed.
Okay, so I just get an ETH of the hex. So I'm just gonna have to wait or play around with the
testnet.
The testnet. And
Yeah, play around with the testnet's the best thing you could do right now.
Okay. So I will do just that.
Hey, this is Dave jumping on. Can I squeeze in one quick question?
Go for it.
That was one. Would you like a second?
Yes. Here comes the second. Hey, so I do appreciate all of the links and stuff. I'll go check out those videos with securing the wallet and everything. And I'm pretty new to it as well. I got PulseX sacrificed, and I'm just looking to possibly set up a validator setup. My understanding is maybe a best place to start is things like the validator store, and then maybe get that set up, stake the minimum of 32 million at least, and then from there I just determine how long I stake it. But then the rewards are what? Is it just additional PulseX?
The reward for being a validator comes in the form of Pulse coins, and running a single validator, some people are speculating, is probably not profitable enough. That a lot of people would be looking at maybe $10,000 as the minimum amount of sacrifice points to be looking to run, however many validators. That would be like 3, I guess.
Yeah.
But for a lot of people, they're gonna think that validating is cool, but maybe not get into it right away, just to see what the rewards end up being.
Yeah.
But some people are speculating it'll be maybe 3 to 15% a year.
Okay. Yeah, no, I appreciate input. I'll start out where I'm at, and then just when it launches, start acquiring more, and then just add probably around that 3 validators might be when it becomes more worth it.
Yeah. For me, I'm gonna wait and see, because there's no rush for me to become a validator. It takes a lot of technical skills, at the programming line and stuff like that. So.
Okay. Yeah, that's perfect information.
Maddie, careful. It takes 2 healed collarbones to lift the machinery as well.
Correct. Yeah. Thanks. Good looking out.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
For sure. And now Hodge has their hand up.
Hey, I'm kind of new to the Twitter and everything, and I don't know the whole like drop your ETH address in the comments and whatever, and I don't know, I've kind of figured out that I should be a little bit leery of doing that, and I don't know, I've deleted those tweets, but that address is the same address as the address that I sacrificed on. If I were to make a new wallet and send the TPLS and the PulseX that I have to that wallet, would that work?
No,
It
no bearing on the actual drop. It will have no bearing on the actual drop. It will only go to the original wallet you sacrificed from. But you'll get some much needed practice in quickly sending your goodies to the new wallet. So why not practice?
Well, yeah, I've been moving. I don't know. I've got a couple different wallets and stuff, and been practicing with the testnet.
I can't hear Maddie. I'm going to drop out and come back. You might need to make me a co-Maddie if you can hear me.
Sure. Thanks.
And I don't know. I actually check into rehab tomorrow at like, I got to be there anywhere from 2 to 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, and I don't know. So I'm kind of feeling a little anxiety about like, oh fuck, am I gonna get hacked and all this stuff? And
So
well, look,
so
go ahead.
So all you did was share your public address on Twitter.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're probably not hacked at this time.
Okay. And then I don't know, the other worrisome thing that's coming to my mind is like while I'm in treatment, it's gonna be like no internet, no phone for 30 days. And I don't know, I'm just kind of curious about the possibility of
You want some hope that will prevent you from having an episode in rehab, so it'll go smoothly.
that would be comforting.
Do you have a hardware wallet?
Unfortunately, I don't.
Well, here's what I suggest. You put in your order now, you go and enjoy your treatment, knowing that when you get home, you'll have a hardware device that will be able to generate a 24-word seed and a passphrase, which will be a nice home for your goodies should they drop into your MetaMask account while you're gone. Then you know you're on the right track.
Yeah, that's definitely something I need to be doing.
Yeah, go to Trezor.io or Ledger.com and order maybe 2 of the lowest end ones. We have a migration video pinned to the top of this chat, this space up at the very top. You'll see a couple videos. You might as well take those in, and then you'll know exactly what to do in terms of how to port things over, how to do a migration, the reason for doing so. So you can go into your hotel of sorts with a free and easy conscience and have a real successful trip.
Yeah, that'd definitely be good. And
I mean, being locked out of your sacrifice for 30 days might be like the optimal strategy.
yeah, it kind of came to mind today. Like maybe instead of like aping in and doing a bunch of, I don't know, trying to do the whole ratio thing and I don't know, trying to pull out money and all that stuff, like kind of have to sit on my hands and
worry about your sobriety and your health first. And then having a plan when you're getting out. You're gonna check the price, and hopefully PulseChain's launched and everything's good, and either it's gonna be up 10x or down 90% or whatever it is, and then if you're suddenly a millionaire, you got to make sure that you're not going to overdose and stuff like that. So you need to have a plan to protect yourself there, and you'll be all set. Just write it down and have your sponsor in place and everything.
Yeah, definitely trying to make this the last go around, and I don't know. This is like the
good for you.
The first time.
Good for you.
I don't know. I got a 3-year-old son and everything, and it's just been, I don't know. I haven't seen him in a while, and I don't know. Just trying to make this the last time and get a grip
Hey, Hodge,
and everything.
Hodge, you could take a copy of SciVive with you, and a follow-up book as well. They're free. Richard's written those for you.
Yeah, I do remember like him mentioning that he has like written a couple books about just like self-help and improving your state of being and everything.
They ain't bad.
Yeah, that'd be a good read. So just I shouldn't worry too much about random like, I don't know. It seems like I don't know. Twitter is kind of a different animal than YouTube and all that.
Yeah,
Well,
just stay positive, and I think just sharing your public address on Twitter, it's not necessarily recommended, but it also doesn't mean you've been hacked.
Okay. And I don't know. I've also been working on a token, and I've been like, I don't know. It's been like the last week that I've been working on it and like branding and the whole idea of it and everything, and debating like whether to launch it on Ethereum or wait till PulseChain, and like what is that like a similar process, like as far as like developing and deploying the smart contract and everything on Pulse?
A lot of people are going to be deploying separately. Like Time Pays Me, my smart contract that'll deploy on Ethereum, and then it'll also deploy on PulseChain. It's going to be coming after the fork, so it'll be deployed twice.
Okay. And then I don't know, the other thing that I was thinking about that was like I would have more to like allocate towards it to like launch on PulseChain opposed to Ethereum. I don't know.
Yeah, you could have different supplies on different chains and stuff. You could have them be exact you could have the same thing launching on both chains or something different. Either way, but your first priority is going to be taking care of yourself, going to rehab, being there for yourself first, then for your 3-year-old, and then crypto will still be here when you get back.
That is true. Well, I don't know, you kind of eased my mind, so I don't know, I'm glad I jumped on.
Yeah, me too.
Right on. Well, yeah. I'll hop off.
You guys have a good evening. Bedtime for the Wolverine. See y'all later.
All right. Thanks for being
You
here.
will. See you, buddy.
So I'll probably be able to go a little bit longer here, and then we'll. So ask good questions here as we start to wrap up.
had to hop off before, but I came back on. Magic and Papa, yeah, thank you. I did hear at the tail end sharing that video, and I just went to the Twitter feed and got that for the migration. So thank you about that. I'm going to check that out. Let me ask you a question. Can I move that? Can I migrate to an existing ledger that already has another wallet in it, or do I need a fresh ledger for that? That's my.
Yeah, one seed, one hardware wallet.
So I got to buy a new fresh
so you're
one
gonna have
if I don't have one, right?
Not necessarily. And the video does address this. You can factory wipe any ledger or Trezor device and go through a secure recovery of a seed into the device, and then you can do whatever you want, and then you can actually factory wipe it and then reinstall or reintroduce the previous seeds in there as many times as you like. It's not particularly efficient, but it is effective.
Okay. And I can either do that or just get a new one and just have that as a fresh seed.
Yes, and I'm not compensated by Ledger or Trezor for trying to sell multiple wallets in any way, but I would recommend it.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Two other really quick ones, and I think you might have said so. I think I heard something, but I was taken away. I couldn't really pay attention. Is there assumption that what we call the snapshot or the fork, that it potentially could have happened already, or are we thinking it's likely going to happen right before the launch?
I think we're in a pocket of uncertainty, and that's probably a feature, not a bug. Richard did say that he would give us kind of a range. He didn't tell us that there would be kind of this gap in terms of the snapshot or forking of the block, but the block is not known. So we don't really know if we're in a position to assure people that they're going to get a copy at this point. My own gut says that whatever block height he chooses is going to be very close to the actual announcement that we're go live.
Got it. So yeah, it's just one of those personal, just looking to go get some more hex, and I'm like, oh, it would be great if it copied over, but it might be too late for that. It doesn't matter either way. The last question, really quick one, is: have you guys, and I don't know, just the first time I'm encountering this, have you guys noticed this change up with Ledger, where now you don't need Ledger Live app anymore, and you got to switch that Ledger Live in MetaMask to web something? Have you noticed that switch? Because that must have happened like a week ago.
That happened like almost a year ago. They wanted to.
Yeah, but
I'll just finish and then you can reply. They wanted to not have to have a bridging software between Ledger Live and MetaMask, and so it just makes it seamless. So Ledger worked closely with MetaMask to bring that feature. So you just don't even open Ledger Live. You just, in your MetaMask settings, choose Web HID, then you can interact directly. You would use Ledger Live really as a portfolio tracker or just to update firmware.
Okay, that was my assumption. I used it not too long ago, and I wasn't forced to do it, but now it's forcing me. So it was new to me. But thanks for verifying that. That's all. Thanks, guys.
I just had a question for Maddie, actually, in regards to the guy that was just talking about going to rehab. Do you hear that story a lot in crypto, and particularly with hexagons? This is a question for me because it's something I'm real passionate about is helping people with recovery, because I understand the whole addiction process. I celebrated 15 years 3 years ago, and so that's something that's real personal to me. And I love sharing my story and how I did it, especially at a time that was much harder and there was less tools available than there is now. So Maddie, do you hear that a lot? You hear that story a lot? Is it something we have a need for?
Well, so my background is as a therapist when it comes to substance abuse recovery. So yeah, I ears perk up whenever people are talking about their recovery. And it's also part of how I got to be a broadcaster in the hex space, was because I heard of somebody's story how they time locked some hex, and that made them look forward to the future more and helped them as a part of many strategies in their recovery, including being a part of you know, a mutual support group and that sort of thing, like Alcoholics Anonymous. So yeah, it's something that's really important to me.
I guess I was asking for do you think there's a need, because that's not something I hear a lot, and I applaud the gentleman that came up and was so honest about that, and I seen how open you were about it and how you talked to him about it. Is it something you feel like there's a need for, as far as maybe a side group for people who struggle with that, or and like you said, it's a big concern that he doesn't get out of rehab and OD on his gains. That's a valid concern, because I've actually seen that happen. A lot of people will end up in a place that they're forced recovery, that they get out and they're dead in a day. It's a sad story. I see it all too often. So that's
Well,
just
yeah, there's always a need for people to have more sober social support. I'm also making a protocol on PulseChain and Ethereum for people to time lock their money, whether it's Hex or PulseChain, PulseX, any ERC20. And so hopefully that will help people in this this process. My protocol allows you to drip, and so you can get a weekly paycheck basically from your time lock, and that's one way that you can make sure that you're not going to have too much money all at once, hopefully. Let's do.
Yeah, I thank you for that. That's a great. I love your protocol, by the way.
Yeah, appreciate it. I'm gonna have to shut down the space here, but let's go ahead and just have one more question, and then we'll be able to continue the celebration tomorrow. There's a cabbage-looking character, I think. Maybe lettuce hands.
No,
Yeah.
no. This was given to a group of us way back. Remember, Hexlana Pulse a lot. Anyway,
Yeah, of course. Love it.
yeah.
You got
Anyway,
a
hey,
diamond there too.
yeah, sweet. Hey, I just wanted to shout out Maddie, Papa, Magic. Thanks for all of your support in the community. It's been amazing, and I'm sure there's more years to come with the security stuff that you've been doing to help us out into the future. I just wanted to give a shout out to Hodgepodge and congratulate him on his journey. Sounds like maybe this isn't his first rodeo. And I would ask him if he feels comfortable to come back after his rehab and just give us an update and reconnect with us and maybe share a story if he feels comfortable. That would be super amazing. The Hex community, Pulse community, you guys are all amazing. Can't wait to see what's going to happen over the next 6 months, next year. And finally, I just wanted to maybe shout out if you guys are okay. Visible came in.
Yeah.
It sounds like maybe she didn't have any idea about what PulseChain was.
No, I did not. I didn't have
Okay.
any idea what it was. Can you please, if you have time for that?
Yeah, I just wanted to just shout out possibly a free resource for some free Pulse. I know Papa, Magic, and Maddie are all giving free Pulse away. Just kidding. But I don't know if you guys are comfortable about sharing the free Pulse.io website. There will be free Pulse given out on just kind of a lottery basis every hour. Victor's project, Pulse.io. I don't know if you can pin that up for us. If not, go check it out.
Okay. I'll do that.
And if you want to play around testing it
Absolutely.
now, there is actually an official faucet attached to PulseChain where you can get 10 test pulse, so you can go and play around on PulseX. And if you watch our bridging video, you can go and mine the test ETH, get the test DAI, bridge it over as much as you want, and then buy assets on PulseX so you can get familiar with the whole process. So the videos, the bridge video is in the net. I suggest going to that link and bookmark it. It's got all the links on how to do this. Do this now with fake money, test tokens. That way you don't lose anything and you can learn for free.
Okay, so let me just ask you, just gonna be one last question. I'm so sorry. So now that I bought the Hex, when the Pulse X actually launches, so do I have to do another step? Is there any other step I need to take?
I'm not following your question. Did you
Okay,
understand that, Maddie?
my question is, well, I just bought the Hex, so my confusion is just because I have not been following. My confusion to actually impeding me from understanding what's going on is this Hex that I bought. Is it gonna be when the Pulse X, when it launches? Is it gonna be converted, or what? Do I need to take any other step?
There's no conversion. It may be copied depending on when they took the fork block height. I mean, it's most likely will be copied. So you'll have it on two chains. You'll have it on Ethereum and you'll have it on PulseChain.
Okay.
You'll merely just have to switch the RPC settings on your MetaMask and import the token contract to see it in your wallet. That's all.
Okay. How will I do that to be able to convert it and put it to my to Pulse Exchange?
There's no conversion. It's simply adding the token contract. You've got a little bit of time. I suggest watching my ramping video. It'll show you some of these steps. There's a lot of resources within the community. And a lot of these questions you are asking are already answered in video form.
Okay.
So even if you look at Hodl Dog or K4K, Crypto Coffee, search any of those guys, Matty Allin on YouTube, and then within their channels, you could type keywords, and most of these resources are there for you already.
All right. I will thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I'd also like to just shout out, there's plenty of Telegram channels to get in and ask additional questions when there's not a space available on Twitter. So check out the resources on Telegram channels.
And but I really appreciate everybody being here. This has been many hours of answering questions. I know that you have more questions to ask, and so I would recommend everybody go follow Hex all day on Twitter. They usually do Twitter Spaces all day, and sometimes they shut it down when I'm running something in parallel. So you may have to catch them tomorrow, but go ahead and check that out. Thanks to everybody who spoke. This is a really exciting and historic week in crypto, and looking forward to being back tomorrow. I'll be either on YouTube or on Twitter, trying to answer more questions and celebrate again with the community. So again, thanks for being here, and we'll catch you next time.
Just quickly, Matty, PulseChain Live is live. So PulseChain Live, if people wanted to head over to there, that space is live.
Thank you. Yeah, everybody go check out PulseChain Live.